The teacher warns the students to stay safe during winter vacation, emphasizing caution against the mysterious moon hermit. He sits silently, the book lying at his feet, while another student approaches. Concerned, he inquires, "How's it? Any clue?" while warning of dangers in human society. She gazes intensely, determined to find a safe place to recover her memory. He appears startled, realizing the presence of a human with wide yellow eyes. She leans in, questioning if he remembers anything, in front of a table adorned with red roses. Her curiosity deepens, pressing him about the significance of that day. His expression turns thoughtful, pondering if the event was indeed important. Their faces draw unexpectedly near, leaving him shocked and wide-eyed. With a playful reminder, she questions the consequences of broken vows, as he bashfully admits remembrance. She presents a dark contract, urging him to sign, leaving him in disbelief. The bold title slave contract looms ominously in her grasp. The aggressor blames him for his father's death, bringing their faces threateningly close. She declares the price of the contract, offering him a role as her little slave. Hesitant, he pushes back, claiming obligations, but is followed persistently. Her aura surrounds him, asserting he has no right to refuse her demands. She taunts him gently, suggesting alternative options if he avoids slavery. Amidst contracts, a fantastical choice of a hobbit contract surfaces, guiding him alongside her. She enjoys a whimsical scene sipping tea while various alternative contracts like Magic Maid and Devil Pet appear. Underneath a blooming tree, she tempts him with what he likes, overjoyed by her company. Conflicted, he fervently denies the choices offered, shaking his head emphatically. With an air of authority, she reminds him he must earn his keep, erasing any notions of a free existence. Her knowledge of human nature piques curiosity, explaining that moon hermit witches can fulfill endless desires. In response, he shoots a fierce glare, his eyes burning with intensity. She whispers that her fulfillment of his wish now demands he pays her price, ink in hand, ready to scratch his destiny. A mysterious woman with red eyes leans in close, asking teasingly, "Huh? Don't you desire to get more?" Her smirk hints at mischief. A young man with dark hair sits on a throne, pondering, "I thought you have forgotten everything." His expression is thoughtful, yet wary. The woman with dark horns and a confident stance assures, "Ahem. This kind of thing, of course, I remember it." Her tone is playful but firm. Her eyes widen suddenly, sensing something amiss. She whispers to herself, "Somebody is coming." The young man finds himself alone on the throne as shadows swirl around him. Confused, he wonders aloud, where did she go? On the floor, a paper reveals cryptic words, "Master Nick's slave," followed by more, "My desire." Mystery fills the air. Standing near a window, he hears a loud honk. His eyes widen in recognition. It's them! A hand reaches for a car door handle, accompanied by the respectful address, "Young Master, please." Politeness masks the tension. Two imposing figures stand as the young man braces himself behind a door, thinking, here comes the real demon. The teacher sharply instructs Chen Weida to return to his seat, breaking the tension. A charming individual enters with a cheerful, "Morning, she." The brightness of his demeanor contrasts the room's tension. Leaning forward, the cheerful one asks, "What do you want?" in a teasing tone, responding to She's cold inquiry. "Hey, don't be so cold." Walking down a hallway, he remarks, "After all, now I'm the only one willing to hang out with you and the family." She seems burdened by those words. Referred to affectionately as "my dear little brother," She's expression darkens subtly, sensing ulterior motives. She stands firm, his voice steady. "If you come from my house again, you can leave now." Determination hardens his features. Unfazed, the guest lounges comfortably, dismissing, "I'm not interested in those dull things," as he invites She to sit. His eyes glint with interest as he declares, "What interests me the most is you." A mixture of humor and intensity shines through. A gleam in his eye as he mocks, "Especially your aggrieved and cute expression." An unsettling tension fills the air. Proposing a challenge, he suggests, "Let's play a game." The air thickens with the weight of unspoken stakes. Overlooking from a balcony, the woman frowns in irritation. This human is so annoying, her disdain barely concealed. Chen Weida reluctantly walks away, muttering in frustration as the bell rings. Yet deep in thought, she reflects, "However, though I lied to him about the contract thing, but confusion clouds her recall. What is the consequence? Can't recall anything." A young man, indifferent and dismissive, declares his lack of interest and tells the other presents to leave if there's nothing more. The brother, lounging comfortably with a hint of sarcasm, muses on his sibling's ruthlessness, a slight smile playing on his lips. With curiosity and a touch of mischief, he inquires about the location of the mother, musing whether he should seek out his aunt instead. The boy, visibly frustrated, resolves not to let his sibling disturb their mother, determination in his glare. Seeking clarity, the boy asks about the game, curiosity hidden beneath an exterior of calm indifference. An elderly man with a distinguished mustache presents a case, the snap of its clasps drawing the attention of the seated figure. Before him unfolds the intricate setup of star chess, a board filled with mysterious, ornate pieces that beckon him to challenge. He contemplates the celestial board, where the king piece's movement follows the guiding star signs, weaving a map among the heavens. The game's strategy involves cunningly positioning pieces, aiming to checkmate the king, a popular pastime in Dusk City. Left alone, Jinx sees an open book detailing the dangerous nature of moon hermits. An inviting smile blooms on his face, beckoning his sibling to join and step into the celestial battlefield. The brother, confident yet calculative, anticipates seeing his opponent's expressions upon losing, though the boy remains puzzled by his true intentions. With determination, the young contender agrees to commence the match, ready to embark on the strategic challenge. Deliberate in his choice, he places a piece on the board indicating his strategic approach, seated in a grand chair. A woman, adorned in a striking red dress, observes from a distance, intrigued by the unfolding game. Her view obstructed, she leans thoughtfully, mildly frustrated by the barrier preventing a full understanding. A crow caws unexpectedly, landing beside the boy, its sudden presence momentarily breaking his concentration. The sibling, curious about the bird's appearance, receives a curt reply. The matter is dismissed as personal. The game progresses, the board spinning with the complexity of the strategies, the boy maintaining a composed facade. His opponent, strategizing intensely, sees the current situation as unfavorable, locking his gaze upon the possibilities. As Jinx walks swiftly out of the classroom, his red scarf trailing behind, whispers follow him. A sly suggestion for a wager slips from the brother's lips, his playful demeanor belying the seriousness of the game. A shadowed figure, with piercing eyes and a raven perched on his shoulder, anticipates a deceptive maneuvers while contemplating a mysterious bet. In a luxurious room, two individuals face a chessboard. A wager is made involving freedom from disturbances and covering medical expenses for a loved one. The opponent demands more emotion, a subtle smirk betraying their desire for psychological gamesmanship. Doubt creeps in as the younger participant questions the stakes, wondering about the price of failure. The opponent's eyes gleam with greed as the stakes are raised, a house demanded as the price of losing. Anger flares, visceral and sharp, at the preposterous demand, the young contender's eyes burning with defiance. The opponent mocks the importance of family versus material possessions, trying to unnerve with manipulative taunts. Undeterred, the younger player handles a chess piece with calm confidence, dismissing the childish ploys. A silent observer, somewhat hidden, witnesses the resilience, silently approving of the unwavering focus. Observers wonder about his quick departure, guessing he's off to work part-time. The opponent, feigning apology, reassures that there's no repercussion for losing, but the insincerity is evident. Promises are made, conditional and laced with a prediction of foreboding events, causing unease to linger. A figure trembles with intensity. In the echoing shadows, the need for more emotional turmoil is palpable. An unsettling smile appears with demands for grievances, feeding on the tension in the air. Night envelops a lone figure, seeking comfort and safety from a missing paternal presence through a device. Fear escalates as an unseen threat looms, and desperate pleas for rescue punctuate through the stillness. Reassurance comes through the speaker, urging bravery and providing comfort, the voice of a protector. Concern mounts as the past dangers resurface. Questions about unseen creatures arise in a dimly lit vehicle. The beeping phone and desolate background amplify the isolation as a small figure stands vulnerable yet resolute. Rain cloaks a somber child in dark attire. A silent guardian offers shelter with an umbrella, protective and stoic. They pity him for his lost wealth, while he silently resents their gossip more than any legend of witches. A crowd gathers under umbrellas at a gravestone, bearing witness to the unexpected loss of a caring parent en route to their child. In the rain, a group huddles under umbrellas, discussing rumors. Doubts over a child's claim linger in the air, dismissed as mere jest. Underneath protective umbrellas, skepticism thrives. Fantasy is blamed, perhaps a child's ploy for attention, amidst a busy father's absence. The whispers grow darker. Accusations of misfortune linked to a young boy ripple through the rain-soaked streets, the branding of a jinx. With chilling intensity, a woman in red warns of dire consequences. Her eyes burn with the fervor of her threat while crows circle ominously. Inside a grand chamber, a confident figure commands attention. His opponent quivers, overwhelmed by the pressure of the game. A confident grin barely conceals a brewing scheme. Strategy unfolds with a simple move, setting the stage for a calculated triumph. An enigmatic woman observes, amused. The young opponent clutches a token of power, desperate for victory over the so-called witch piece. Doubt clouds the strategist's mind as realization dawns. Confidence wanes, raising questions about deception lying just beneath the surface. Amidst towering chess pieces, tension thickens. The strategist's face betrays growing unease, suspicions of a looming trap emerge. At a restaurant, a bowl accidentally crashes to the floor, spilling its contents. Intense eyes pierce through the air with determination. A hunch courses through him, suspecting treachery in his opponent's steady gaze. Realization hits with astonishing clarity. An act of feigned fear has deceived him. The witch piece remains beyond his reach. Contemplating a new strategy, the strategist focuses on weakening defenses. He plans a breakthrough, plotting revenge in future battles. Shock breaks the strategist's composure as his rival's calm defiance shatters expectations. The balance of power shifts decisively. Accusations fly, anger boiling over. He feels ensnared in a trap, outwitted at his own game by a relentless adversary. An air of unchangeable rivalry persists. His adversary, cool and composed, exemplifies enduring defiance and the unending cycle between them. Shadows of past battles envelop the two opponents. A chessboard, a personal arena, captures a history marred by conflict and deadlock. In close quarters, tension escalates as old habits resurface. The cycle of rivalry fueled by egotism and personal vendettas continues unabated. The Grand Hall hosts specters of forgotten duels. Observers fade into silhouettes, reminding them of vanity-driven conflicts spun of ambition. A chess piece stands ominously, embodying calculated stalemates. Defensive tactics hide a masterstroke, revealing weaknesses along the board. A student questions the necessity of the teacher's warnings, doubting the existence of the moon hermits. The chef, frustrated by Jinx's presence, hands him a bag and suggests he leave, blaming him for mishaps. Defiance erupts, accusations blurting out amidst strategies gone awry. The plan threatens to unravel, with each move magnifying impending doom. A young strategist contemplates, intent on gaining more time for a mysterious witch piece in his plan. His eyes gleam with determination. A brooding figure battles internal turmoil, urging himself not to smile, concealing emotions beneath a veil of darkness. The young strategist, now confident, confronts his rival. Accusations of arrogance become leverage for gaining precious time in the game. A woman with enigmatic allure acknowledges his intelligence, her expression both teasing and sincere, provoking a tense atmosphere. The brooding antagonist, overwhelmed, demands the strategist cease his unsettling smile, deeming it intolerably ugly. In a burst of rage, the brooding figure declares his disdain for the strategist's face, his voice raw with emotion. Anger spills over as the brooding figure lashes out, forcing the strategist against the desk. Bark demands for compliance, echoing harshly. Malice seeps into a whispered threat, the antagonist leaning menacingly close, hinting at dire consequences for disobedience. An elder figure approaches, attempting to intervene, but is sharply silenced by the antagonist, amplifying the tension in the room. A young boy, his thoughts heavy with self-reflection, stands with a package in hand, pondering if he's destined for solitude. The strategist, unwavering in his resolve, confronts the antagonist's arrogance, questioning his commitment and promises. Skepticism drips from the antagonist's words, dismissing any notion of a promise with the strategist, whom he deems cursed. The strategist vehemently denies being cursed, frustration mounting as helplessness takes a grip, immobilizing him. The mysterious woman observes, her demeanor playful yet sharp, comparing him to a pitiable creature, adding to his humiliation. The strategist, confused and despairing, questions the woman's presence, her intentions clouded in mystery. With a knowing smile, she reveals her power, having frozen the situation, her presence a catalyst for change. The antagonist feigns forgetfulness about the strategist's compromised position, revealing an unsettling dynamic. A raven-haired enchantress offers assistance, demanding humility and supplication, her tone dangerously enticing. Amidst the chaos, the strategist reflects on past protections, a chess piece symbolizing his shielded existence. A poignant memory surfaces, depicting a comforting embrace from the enchantress, offering solace amid strife. He labels himself a jinx, burdened by the belief of bringing misfortune. Determined, the strategist vows to protect his family, relying not on others, but harnessing his own burgeoning strength. Confusion unraveling, a young master's eyes widen, demanding clarity amidst chaos. As tension escalates, a figure elegantly rises, and a call for the young master echoes through the grand hall. With striking red eyes piercing through the tension, a command is issued for departure. Outside a mansion, a disheveled youth stumbles, cursing the unexpected turmoil he faces. Lost in thought, a reflection reveals doubt about the nature of reality, questioning illusions. A mysterious declaration introduces the enchantment of the Scarlet Zone, offering boundless potential. The allure of magic is undeniable, even in silent refusal. The body craves its intoxicating power. Curiosity flares as eyes meet, exploring the exhilarating sensation of wielding magic. A gentle protest emerges, the power of independence still faintly flickering beneath the surface. A cat meows persistently, catching his attention as he walks down the street. Searching eyes seek answers, probing into past memories for hidden connections. In the dim glow by the car, desperate thoughts churn, affirming unresolved conflicts with Renshi. A haunting inquiry reaches further into childhood, seeking secrets buried in the past. The touch of a hand brings gentle insistence, coaxing honesty about concealed truths. An air of faint surprise lingers as the presence of life is discovered within the house. Concern edges into the words of a woman, genuine care softening her gaze, inquiring well-being. The gentle acknowledgement of mom reveals a tender family connection, full of warmth. The unveiling of a past savior connects threads of gratitude and assistance, bridging past and present. Reflecting on sacrifice, humility mixes with appreciation, embellishing a scene of reunion. A whimsical moment exposes a humorous truth, captioning an unkempt witch with newfound embarrassment. The feline's cries grow more desperate, halting him in his tracks. Amidst sheepish apologies, an offer of hospitality brings levity, directing towards necessary comforts. A girl with long black hair stood under the rushing shower, deep in thought. Her eyes reflected uncertainty as she sensed a vital task left undone. Standing alone in the shower, she pondered the mystery of her lost memories, determined to uncover them soon. Nearby, a young boy sat on a chair while a woman watched him thoughtfully. The woman questioned the boy's state, implying something mystical about him. The boy reassured the woman of another's character, conveying that the person in question was indeed good-hearted. The woman and the boy were startled by the abrupt entrance of the girl wrapped in a towel, visibly confused about her missing clothes. The girl questioned the boy about her attire. He casually mentioned washing them, leaving her bewildered about wearing a towel all day. Apologizing for the mix-up, the woman offered an alternative from the cloakroom, leaving both the boy and the girl in mild embarrassment. The girl emerged dressed in an oversized shirt, while the woman suggested another change. Smiling thoughtfully, a new presence entered, drawing attention with a familiarity that stirred past memories, reminding them of previous occurrences. He kneels beside the cat, warning it of his supposed bad luck, yet the creature remains unfazed. They recalled escorting a wounded man, covered in mysterious markings, into the house, symbolizing a haunting past. The woman confessed the shirt's sentimental value, hinting at its sentimental association with her husband. With unexpected camaraderie, the woman led the girl to find a more suitable outfit, leaving the boy observing their newfound harmony. The girl hesitated, but accepted the suggestion to try a new dress presented by the woman, who held it enthusiastically. In front of the mirror, the girl admired her transformation, despite feeling slightly out of place in the elaborate dress. The woman acknowledged the dress's beauty, yet admitted it might be a tad extravagant for the occasion. They both laughed and considered another option, hoping for a better match that would fit the girl's style. Observing from the doorway, the boy wondered if his mother's clothing would serve as a better choice for the girl. He contemplated the meaning behind his mother's expression, sensing unresolved matters veiled beneath her smile. The girl made a stunning appearance in a maid outfit, evoking surprise and admiration from the boy's wide-eyed gaze. The cat licks his shoe, clearly hungry, prompting a soft question from him. Playfully, the woman asked for the boy's opinion on the girl's new look, prompting a shy but impressed response. A woman introduces Nix as a new addition to the household. She is now an elder sister to the boy present. The boy, distressed, refuses to accept Nix as his sister and runs away, leaving the women behind. The woman observes the situation calmly, noting that the boy remains a headstrong child. Nix is asked for help and a temporary stay to look after the boy, her expression somewhat ambivalent. With concern, the woman hopes they won't be found again by the ominous them. Shadows of mysterious figures utter whispers, heightening the sense of lurking danger. Meanwhile, a young man lies unconscious on the ground, beside a cryptic symbol and red text. Nix, feeling hungry, yawns softly, hinting at underlying exhaustion. She notices the boy's absence from home and hears about the Moon Hermit's case still being investigated. Compassionately, he offers food to the cat, displaying a rare moment of warmth. A radio advises citizens to avoid nighttime outings, yet questions linger about the boy's early departure. Nix gazes out the window, contemplating the weather, a calm exterior masking her inner thoughts. A storm is predicted by dusk, with the rare winter weather contributing to a tense atmosphere. The boy pedals through, thoughts churning as he wonders about his mother's knowledge of the witch. Echoes of Nix's introduction replay in his mind, the memory tinged with hesitation, yet acceptance. Reflecting deeply, the boy realizes his mother's acceptance and fondness for Nix, contrasting his initial fear. A mysterious figure in white queries strangers with a sketch, searching for someone significant. The boy solemnly stands with flowers, expressing regret about not fulfilling expectations. Conflicted, he admits his struggles, unable to protect his family, with worsening circumstances. In quiet reflection, he kneels before a grave, acknowledging a witch's recent presence at home. A chilly breeze heralds the arrival of a mysterious woman in a flowing red dress. He finds gratitude in the witch's intervention, recognizing how she saved his mother and aided him. Amidst the backdrop of mystery, a young boy contemplates the rumors surrounding a witch, questioning her true nature beneath a tranquil sky. Curiosity mingles with concern as he ponders the witch's identity, perhaps altered by memory's loss, hinting at a deeper connection. A sense of longing fills the air as he stands before his father's photograph, silently wishing for guidance in offering shelter to the enigmatic figure. In a warm interior, Nix's illness is noted by a concerned companion, while laughter bubbles unexpectedly, adding lightness to the day. A darkened path offers no answers to the boy searching for traces of the witch's presence, the murkiness leaving more questions than answers. Determination hardens his resolve to seek truth alongside Nix, the thought galvanizing his steps forward. At a gravestone, the boy seeks closure and clarity, haunted by the shadow of a father's accident tied to an unyielding curse. Lone tears fall as trust is promised to the departed, a vow whispering through the night air. Strength becomes his mantra. A promise to protect his mother evolves under a canopy of determination. Her presence is enigmatic, her eyes capturing the boy's curiosity. Sighs echo within intimate quarters, sparking curiosity about a protagonist's thoughts in the presence of a silent observer. Reflecting beneath the moon, his mother's tale of encounters and loss unfolds, linking past tragedies with ominous experiences. Realization dawns in quiet contemplation. Perceptions begin to shift regarding the young boy's situation. With a note of sadness, she recounts how mocking voices altered Shi's sensitivity, triggering waves of transformation in his heart. Memories of a distant night mirror the present, shrouding the events in a darkness both peculiar and profound. Haunted by fear, Shi confronts a realm of observing eyes, the darkness amplifying his phobia. Accusatory voices crowd the memory, painting a picture of societal judgment and isolation. In a classroom of dismay, whispers of blame surround Shi, leaving him solitary amidst a sea of misunderstanding. Overwhelmed, he cries out against the noise, a desperate attempt to find silence and peace. Battling the shadows, he finds resolve within the storm, embracing this darkness as just another part of his journey. Another student dismisses the term moon hermit, suggesting witches as a more fitting name, while rumors stir about their reality. Bewildered, he wonders about her identity, feeling an inexplicable connection. Confidence unshaken, he boldly claims freedom from fear, a newfound assurance carried through the pouring rain. A young man stands beneath a darkened sky as droplets cease falling. He's sensing the mystery in the air. In the eerie twilight, silhouetted against the full moon, a figure appears, whispering a name that echoes with ancient power. The figure beckons with a confident smile, offering the warmth of homecoming, her gesture filled with promise. Turning away, the figure's voice carries an enticing offer, a contract of unknown outcomes, leaving questions lingering. Firm in resolve, the young man looks up, declaring an intent to protect the vulnerable, confronting the unknown force. From the shadows, an unusual owl-like creature observes, caught between fear and curiosity about its own nature. With a commanding presence, she counters his resolve, challenging the limits of human will, her eyes unyielding. Her reasoning is sharp, demanding ambition as the price of possession, urging him to reveal his deepest desires. A cherished smile emerges in his thoughts, representing something precious to defend, a symbol of unwavering resolve. An accidental collision causes her to stumble, yet she quickly regains her composure. Before him, a grand estate looms, a testament to his responsibilities, a fortress of what he longs to safeguard. Her agreement comes with a sly grin, a declaration of selective enslavement, playing upon his hidden desires. Her promise is lavish, an offering of boundless fulfillment to lure him deeper into the unfolding tapestry of fate. A subtle interaction ensues, as a triangle marks a bond between them, solidifying a new reality with a calm assurance. Proximity grows closer, her whisper of possession mingling in the air, signifying the turning point in their connection. He turns away, marked with a symbol of eye-like mystery, a silent transformation beginning, like a fading echo. Alone, he questions the implications of their interaction, seeking understanding beneath layers of enigmatic intentions. A gentle knock heralds her presence, and with casual grace, she enters, dismissing protocol with an easy command. On the table, the insidious words slave contract blare, catching his startled gaze as complexity deepens. The contract details a surreal amalgam of fantastical agreements, raising alarm at its unexpected novelty. The air grows tense, with a subtle indication of something supernatural, as the cat growls instinctively. In despair, he bemoans his choices, grappling with perceived corruption while she watches in silent, amused patience. In the dimly lit room, Nyx, with her mysterious allure, seems lost in thought, pondering when the last occurrence happened. The young man contemplates Nyx's sleeplessness, a gentle smile playing on his lips, hoping she falls asleep once more. He carries Nyx in his arms with a tender embrace, her elegance contrasting the simplicity of his attire. He muses how light Nyx feels in his arms, her presence both delicate and ethereal. In an eerie landscape, a young version of Nyx, dressed in a striking red dress, hears a call for her. The younger Nyx comforts a shadowy figure, assuring them they are safe from any threats. An unsettling image appears, inverted and captured within a window, marking the capture of something elusive. Standing on a sunlit floor, the young man confides in Nyx about the strange occurrences lately, seeking answers. He explains rumors connecting these anomalies to witches, hoping to find clues to restore Nyx's memory or confront a mysterious entity. Shocked, he mutters the word witch, his mind racing with disbelief. A solemn Nyx listens as news of another incident regarding moon hermits unfolds, leaving victims' fates unknown. Determined, Nyx insists on joining the young man, despite potential risks to her identity. Nyx warns of the dangers their clan poses, expressing doubt about his capacity to cope with them. A light-hearted moment follows as Nyx suggests he should dress more formally, while he playfully protests his lack of options. Nyx appears disguised in detective attire, humorously asking if her outfit meets approval. The young man agrees to a pact, and she teasingly suggests drastic measures if her identity is uncovered. Laughing, Nyx reassures him it was only a joke, leaving him to reflect on her true nature. As they leave, an enigmatic figure in white advises vigilance, while Nyx dismisses their verbosity with confidence. Nyx, with a glint in her eye, notes traces of magic used in their surroundings, heightening the mystery. Her eyes, now crimson, reveal secrets of night vision, offering a glimpse into a hidden world. An irritated passerby dismisses her rudely, showing the cruelty of strangers. With a thoughtful gesture, Nyx employs her night vision capabilities, while the young man watches in awe. The detective, with crimson eyes under a wide-brimmed hat, explains how magic users can be traced through nearby objects, holding sunglasses with a knowing gaze. A young man, dressed warmly, offers the glasses back to the detective, revealing they can see power reflections, a vital tool for their mission. The young man, eyes wide with realization, adjusts the glasses, surprising himself with the intensity of what he perceives, his yellow scarf contrasting his black hair. Suddenly, engulfed in darkness, he confronts a monstrous shadow, its terror palpable and overwhelming, sending chills down his spine. He questions what he sees, sensing the creature's sinister nature, while the detective remains close, observing with intense focus. The detective dismisses the shadow as an inferior magical creature, clearly unimpressed and unfazed by its presence. A lingering curiosity arises, pondering the source of a faint but recognizable power, as the young man looks contemplative, silent in thought. With a teasing nudge, the detective reassures, knowing the sight can be daunting, but understanding how astounding the experience is for newcomers. Observing from afar, a girl recognizes Ren Shi, confused and somewhat distressed by his unexpected presence. The boy's attention shifts back, the food still secure in his arms, as if protecting a treasure. Her gaze shifts to the detective beside him, unanswered questions swirling about this mysterious companion cloaked in intrigue. The girl stands at a distance, suspicion and curiosity mingling as she wonders about their unexpected rendezvous. Murmurs among onlookers hint at unexpected disruptions in Dusk City, peace shattered by recent unsettling events. A scholarly figure expresses fear not of the creatures but of something more menacing, the acronym XKL hanging ominously in the air. Beside him, a wise elder, cloaked and experienced, identifies this threat as a notorious organization, their reputation infamous. A shadowy league known as the X-Killer League is described, powerful yet uncontrolled, more myth than humanity. They lurk with lethal intent, their mere presence threatening to plunge any hopeful sanctuary into hellish chaos. The scholar, face marked with skepticism, considers these accounts mere legends, though unease lingers in his expression. Fears escalate regarding the Moon Hermit's return, threatening the fragile peace Dusk City clings to. Tension crackles in the air. The detective's determination blazes fiercely, condemning the threat with fiery conviction, resolved to take drastic measures. Concerned, he gently asks if she's all right, their eyes meeting for the first time. A surge of urgency grips the detective and Ren Shi, forcing them into action, hands clasped as they sprint away, leaving onlookers in confusion. A young man with wide, golden eyes exclaims inwardly, startled by the sudden appearance of a familiar classmate. Elena dashes away, her green cloak billowing behind her as she races through an open gate. The young man halts abruptly, questions swirling in his mind, his breath visible in the cold air. Two friends converse on a quiet street, pointing out a classmate, Ren Shi, with curiosity. The playful pair exchange sweet words, one blushing, their closeness radiating warmth and affection. The young man pivots quickly, murmuring apologies, distancing himself from unseen observers. Suddenly he is startled, eyes wide, as he senses a figure looming behind him, whispering a name. A mysterious encounter unfolds as one confronts another against a brick wall, the question of identity pressing. The taller figure laughs softly, admitting being discovered long before, adding mystery to their character. Her voice, barely a whisper, speaks of hunger, an odd fragility in her tone. The dark-eyed individual offers a chilling remark, hinting at the potential danger had the intentions been malicious. Confidence and insight shine through as the enigmatic figure acknowledges their vulnerability, yet remains unfazed by threats. Puzzlement arises with a name spoken softly, contrasted by a sharp demand for identification from an intense gaze. Observations from the still-hidden young man mix with suspense, pondering the strangers he observes from afar. A courteous offer to remove a mask suggests deeper intrigue and a desire for genuine revelation between the two. An unexpected interruption erupts with a loud clap, confusion evident as the young man questions actions taken. Curiosity mixed with mild annoyance fill the air as the white-haired figure acknowledges the young man's presence with surprise. The conversation turns to assumptions as one jokingly refers to the young man as a younger sibling, causing irritation. Friendliness is quickly countered by exasperation, disagreements over familial terms sparking comical conflict. A confusion lingers as questions about familiarity and humanity arise between acquaintances, complicating their interaction. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts, revealing crimson eyes and fangs, shocking him. With a resolute denial, truth unfolds as it's revealed one of the enigmatic figures hides a mysterious non-human identity. A young person in a yellow scarf with wide eyes wonders about a mysterious connection to XKL, while another character, eyes gleaming with uncertainty, offers a vague denial. A figure with striking white hair warns sternly against pursuing memories, their expression stern yet calm against a backdrop of darkness, enhancing their enigmatic presence. Under a brown hat, a poised individual recalls a recent encounter with a girl, invoking a sense of mystery and unfinished business. An encounter reveals a circle of magic, sensed by a concerned onlooker, shrouded by disbelief and intrigue, suggesting that ordinary appearances can be deceiving. The primal fear of predation resonates as a person slices a fine piece of meat, unsuspectingly bridging the gap between predator and prey in an overconfident world. In the soft glow of sunset, two figures discuss a trace of magic left by Elena, their silhouettes hinting at the deeper mysteries waiting to unfold. The assurance of magic's presence, though unstable, adds an air of suspense as two characters deliberate, their serious demeanor underscored by the magnitude of the revelation. The possibility that the missing memories interlink stirs unease between two observant minds, who suspect shared fragments of a larger, haunting narrative. A simple but determined plan is set as the character proposes visiting someone's house, their resolve lighting a clear path through the swirling uncertainties. Anticipating disaster, he braces himself only to find nothing happening as expected. A rare, gentle gaze contradicts the widespread hostility around, leaving a character to wrestle with the question of why their connection feels uniquely significant. Shadows deepen with warnings about moon hermits, while citizens move cautiously under the descending night, setting an ominous tone for the unfolding story. In the foreboding woods, a lone girl named Victoria pleads into the darkness, searching desperately for an absent companion, her face etched with worry. Concern rises among bystanders, discussing the latest incident of a missing child, while guarded glances warn against the times and the unspoken threats lurking. A wrought iron gate stands as concerned figures plead with officers, insistent that staying out all night is unlike Alina, and fearful urgency grips those present. An assurance from law enforcement members offers cold comfort, their promise of future assistance unable to erase the immediate dread felt by worried loved ones. Frustration marks the air as a figure questions the efficiency of XKL, yearning for the dedication of knights, the futility of the words mirrored in their strained expression. Two clad figures ponder strategic choices on finding someone, Nyx's deductive prowess invited into the grim puzzle of disappearing children. A brow furrows, temper rising with frustration over uncertain whereabouts, tempers slightly flaring in the journey to unravel the truth. A gust disturbs passerby, catching attention unexpectedly, as an unexpected realization sparks a mix of both fear and hope in someone's face. A skeptical boy points out that there's no online buzz about supposed deaths in a nearby city. Instead, she savors the encounter, remarking on its sweetness, leaving him puzzled yet unharmed. Urgency propels them forward, footsteps quick and determined, the call to action embodied in their swift strides as they move purposefully toward answers. A young investigator and her companion ponder the whereabouts of a mysterious girl, with curiosity etched on their faces. Under the towering transmission lines, a figure in a white top hat contemplates with a knowing smile, hinting at a quick solution. The investigator duo deduces there's been a recent fight, and suspicions rise about an enigmatic presence. The detective, focusing intently, concludes it's the work of a magical creature and another mysterious hermit, surprising her sidekick. A red silhouette looms ominously, while the companion reassures that their classmate is still safe, prompting a hopeful inquiry. The sidekick learns about a tracking spell called the Candy House Tag, left on someone, used for following their trail. Within the dark woods, a protective moon hermit is aiding a young girl, as indicated by a pointing hand. An unexpected monster guards the girl, causing a shocked reaction from the young investigator. Commanded with resolve, the detective demands the beast release its captive while the creature reveals its intimidating form. An inquisitive boy, his mind swirling with confusion, softly asks if she desires food. Amid the intensity, a fervent plea to free Elena breaks the tension, drawing attention from the detective. A shadowy figure, and the detective sense an uncanny feeling, mingled with frustration. The detective directs the sidekick to stay close for safety, met by a rather insistent denial from the accused little one. A shift as the detective dons her hat, cautioning against watching a creature revealed with striking horns. Acknowledge admiration surfaces for an impressive defeat against an injured beast, complementing the mystifying horned figure. Light-hearted boasting follows, claiming skill enough to slay an unharmed beast in mere moments, drawing a skeptical response. As night descends, reflections on fear during the monstrous encounter prompt playful teasing about past fright. With urgency, the detective requests the return of the rescued girl, preparing for an important inquiry. The young girl rests peacefully, spared from harm, while plans to let her regain strength are set. The horned figure, tired, decides to retreat for rest, instructing to be informed upon the girl's awakening. In silence, they sit together until the boy crawls towards a paper bag while under her watchful gaze. Alone in quiet contemplation, the observer wonders about the nature of the mysterious entity encountered earlier. A dark room envelops a girl lost in thought. Red hues evoke a haunting memory she can't shake. With a distant look, a figure contemplates Nyx's exhaustion, eyes clouded with concern. As she sleeps peacefully, questions of Elena's knowledge churn in the observer's mind. Urgency cloaked in shadows, someone whispers a warning. Don't get close to Elena. A loud crash jolts her, eyes wide with surprise and fear etched on her face. Silvery hair cascades down, while the name Victoria echoes through silence, marking presence. With urgency, she calls out, braids trailing behind her in desperate motion. Puzzlement surfaces as the name Victoria is linked to a mysterious moon hermit. Confusion swirls as she demands answers, eyes locked in anxious inquiry. With care, he offers the bag to her, simply stating, "Take this," hoping it may help. Elena wrestles with the reality of Ren'Xi's unexpected presence, bewildered. Disorientation grows. Questions linger about Ren'Xi's home being the setting. A flash of realization as she recalls Victoria, grappling with the mystery of her absence. A smile plays on lips as a girl with a marked face, possibly Victoria, becomes a key figure. Urgency returns with a heartfelt inquiry about Victoria's well-being. Suspicion arises whether this moon hermit is friend or foe, weighed carefully. Warnings surface about the dangers of moon hermits, layered with deceptive kindness. Conflict brews on whether to involve the Order Committee, contemplative eyes pondering. With tears threatening to spill, a desperate plea to defend Victoria's character erupts. Frustration melts as reassurance is sought. Tears turn to relief. She walks away, draped in shadows and red, leaving an impression in the narrow alleyway. Loyalty shines through her tears, pledging Victoria's role as the city's silent protector. In the dim glow of Dusk City, a boy with golden eyes contemplates the whisperings about witches and their role as protectors. Confusion clouds his thoughts. Sitting in a regal room, Nyx demands truths, her determination to uncover secrets evident in her confident gaze. Across from Nyx, a girl listens intently, surprise softening her features, her blue eyes wide with curiosity about the revelations unfolding. The girl, determined and trusting, declares her faith in Ren'Xi. Her resolve shines brighter than doubt. Memories surface, and she remembers Victoria, the name of a savior. The incident with the monster remains vivid in her mind. The terrifying encounter with a monstrous being flashes back, but so does the relief of Victoria's timely intervention. Under the silver moon, Victoria's stern but striking presence is unforgettable. Their fateful meeting is etched in history. With tenderness, the girl reflects on the imposing yet soft-hearted moon hermit who became her steadfast companion. A realization crosses Nyx's face. Someone else has met a witch before. Confusion lingers about the witch's seemingly arrogant demeanor. Warmth surprises her. She finds unexpected comfort in the red scarf wrapped protectively. Injured from her heroic act, Victoria's recovery takes place in a cozy treehouse, nestled amidst nature's embrace. Initially aloof towards humans, Victoria's reluctance to converse softens, especially from her bed of recovery. Yet Victoria's threat to silence the child is met with innocent logic, a paradox of rescue and presumed danger. In a moment of unexpected levity, the girl witnesses Ren'Xi's laughter, a rare and cherished sight. She recounts making simple promises, dismissing any notions of contracts or bindings with Victoria, instead forging trust. A pact of silence binds them, with Victoria's vigilant companionship as assurance against betrayal. Emotions run high as the girl defends Victoria's actions, recalling her bravery against the Phantom, despite its toll on her strength. The mention of the Phantom sparks concern in Nyx, questioning the nature of the menacing creature. An enigmatic figure, styled in white, emerges with an introduction as an artist, adding mystery to the narrative. The Phantom, a sinister creature born of ancient darkness, lurks as a formidable foe, preying upon humanity. Snowflakes fall lazily at an intersection and several days drift by. Victoria's role comes full circle. Her battle against these ancient threats, a testament to her strength and dedication to Dusk City. Towering above the city, the majestic Phantom fought against an ominous force, a relentless battle between mystical beings. A curious observer, with sharp yellow eyes, pondered the whispers of the name Phantom. Realization struck, eyes earnest, recalling a childhood memory possibly intertwined with these mysterious entities. Sitting solemnly together, Renshi shared mutual sorrow, eyes cast down, weighed by past burdens. Taunts filled the air, accusations of falsehood and misfortune surrounding Renshi, yet a resilient spirit remained steadfast. Tears welled up as apologies poured out, her clenched fists dripping guilt, seeking forgiveness. Remorseful, she revealed her regret for inaction, burdened by the past, standing in solidarity. Acknowledgement came from the dark-haired youth, understanding the consequences she would have faced. Seated across from each other, they recognized the truth wasn't sought, just a scapegoat for bottled frustrations. She struggles, supporting her mother's weight, but encourages her to persevere to reach the hospital. Gratitude emerged for a shared realization, appreciating knowledge of the Phantom's identity, sparking mutual gratitude. Concern shifted towards Victoria, the missing link, leaving questions unanswered about her whereabouts. The revelation of forgotten pathways hinted at untold struggles, memories slipping like sand through the fingers. In the embrace of nature, trivialities once forgotten were captured in the tranquil isolation of a treehouse. Amidst comforting camaraderie, the question lingered over the repetition of tales, a test of memory. Softly, an admission of forgetfulness punctuated the peaceful reading, vague recollections hinting at deeper woes. A dawning realization unfolded, connecting each battle with phantoms to a gradual decline, grief alongside bravery. Snowflakes fell gently as confusion reigned, the city lights revealing Victoria's uncertain return, memory scattered. A gentle plea to return home reached out, extending warmth in the cold, a beacon of friendship. Apologies intermingled with reassurances, emphasizing the inconsequence of forgotten paths over shared bonds. Worry shadows their faces as she contemplates their lack of money, her mother's cough echoing the urgency. In a heartfelt embrace, she expressed a desire to remember her companion above all else, a testament to enduring connection. The youth struggles with the overwhelming realization of memory loss and the suspicion of fate's hand at play. A comforting presence offers a moment of respite to Alina, urging her to rest while providing the promise of water. Nyx is consumed by concern, pondering the implications of her forgotten past and her recent tumult. A mysterious figure and the boy share a tense, significant moment, fraught with silent communication. As the boy's footsteps echo, memories swirl like a vortex from a darker time, hinting at buried secrets. Racing down a dim corridor, he confronts fragmented glimpses of his past, haunted by phantom faces. An urgent interruption breaks the tension as a door is flung open, revealing a startled, fierce-looking woman. Nyx finds himself face-to-face with the woman. Their names resonate with intensity. Her hissing breaths betray uncertainty and fear, while questions of familiarity linger in glowing eyes. Desperation overtakes him as his mother succumbs to coughing fits on the cold ground. In a poised command, she demands distance, wielding authority with a raised hand. His wide-eyed gaze betrays shock and caution, sensing her awareness and the gravity of their confrontation. Accusations fly as she challenges him on his late-night intrusion, invoking instinctive defensiveness. Relief floods through as recognition dawns. She remembers him despite the odds. Her eyes narrow with suspicion, questioning his intentions in provocative proximity. The boy's mind reels with validation. She recalls their bond and the unspoken contract. A playful yet scolding inquiry leaves her skeptical about his midnight antics. He tentatively seeks clarity, yearning to unravel the shared past that ties them together. Her stunned reaction leaves a tangible pause, fueling the enigma of their shared history. She challenges his memory, probing deeper into the origins of their connection. A book suddenly strikes him, interrupting his thoughts with a loud bang. Panic fills his eyes as he realizes he lacks a phone to call for help. The revelation of his past desperation to save his mother unveils layers of vulnerability and past entreaties. A figure, shadowed in mystery, clutches their shirt with emotion, recognizing their own forgettable existence. Whatever connection once existed, it has faded away, leaving a lingering emptiness in its wake. In dimly lit surroundings, two figures stand facing each other. One stares with expectant eyes, while the other's presence looms large and forgotten, veiled in obscurity, emphasizing their lost connection. Their first encounter is marked by uncertainty, closeness defined by a hidden intensity. Memories intertwine as their journey of familiarity begins, suggesting a bond rooted deeply from the onset. Reflection and confusion ride alongside the night. Questions emerge. A face deep in thought wonders about time and its passage, seeking lost moments that danced away unnoticed. Memories trapped like grains in an hourglass crumble slowly, pieces of past interactions begin to click together. Realization dawns too late, time having etched its mark unmistakably. A single soul, alone against the world, rests against a wall. Realization seeps into their posture, understanding that every tick since that fateful meeting has been significant. Conundrums swirl around a character, holding a simple mug, contemplating on mysteries of memory that only Victoria could unravel. A name holds weight against looming uncertainty. Under the canopy of night, the rustling path leads two travelers towards Dusk City. They wonder aloud how much distance lies before the city's embrace, the moon guiding their steps. Renshi, accompanied by a steadfast companion, braves the night with unease. The moon offers solace, yet his heart races anxiously like never before, propelled by the promise of the unknown. Strangers rush past, some expressing skepticism, questioning if this is a ruse. Observing two figures ahead, an inquisitive mind watches them walk, pondering what draws one soul to another. Questions arise about the companion's true essence and the weight of secrets. A mysterious figure embodies secrecy, capturing curiosity and wonder. The notion of a moon hermit, a being wrapped in enigma, adds layers to unfolding revelations. Venturing into the night, concern laces Rensi's expression, gazing with quiet care, ensuring reassurance in uncertain terrains. The sincerity is palpable in the lingering silence. The air of apology lingers as two companions pause beneath the stars, words spoken in gentle understanding. The walk is long, yet they draw strength from their shared journey. With determination, the male leans forward, offering a ride to conserve strength. An invitation tendered with the hope of reaching their destination that much sooner together. Warm gratitude and laughter fill the space between, despite tiredness. Her refusal is kind, insisting they nearly arrive. Hope and camaraderie lighten their path. Across the forest trail, companionship endures. She accepts the offer, riding piggyback, trusting their combined strength. Footsteps echo softly, mingling with dreams of dawn. Eager energy leads to a flushing warmth in her cheeks as they ride. An innocent heartbeat quickens in the hush of night, the closeness conjuring small embers of shared emotion. Questions of connection linger as they traverse through denser shadows. She wonders aloud, the questioning tone revealing curiosity over their elusive destination and markers of their path. A gentle hand rises to brush against windswept hair, uncertainty wrapping around her voice. Careful steps and whispered inquiries underline the delicate balance of trust. She calls out desperately, pleading for someone to summon an ambulance amidst the indifference. Amidst the tumultuous chaos of battle, monstrous forms clash, their menacing jaws wide open as metallic and fiery forces collide. Explosive clashes echo, defining the struggle in relentless conflict. A tense atmosphere surrounds Victoria and her companion as they hurry through a dusky setting. Urgency fills their stride. A sense of dread lingers in the air. Victoria's determination is unwavering, her grip tight on her weapon as she acknowledges the approaching menace with steely resolve. Curiosity and concern mark the girl's face as she reveals a mysterious tag on her neck, hinting at a temporary alliance that binds her to a certain place. With a subtle smile, Victoria promises to reunite if she survives the impending ordeal, leaving behind a sense of hope amid the uncertainty. The girl's eyes glisten with worry as she recounts Victoria's parting words to another, her faith tied to Victoria's survival. Guilt shadows the young man's eyes as he admits to past deception, confessing with a seriousness that suggests deeper layers to their connection. Under the moonlit sky, the two companions find themselves at a pivotal location, the girl pointing towards a destination that signifies new uncertainties. Gratitude warms her expression as she mildly bids farewell to Ren Yi, choosing to walk the remaining distance on her own. An undercurrent of anxiety tugs at her words as she seeks assurance, a quiet plea for a promise of return that hangs heavily in the night air. Some accuse him of deceit, dismissing his cries, choosing ignorance over compassion. A sudden glimpse in the distance prompts the girl to exclaim, her surprise mingling with a flicker of hope as she believes she spots Victoria. Danger emerges swiftly, with Ren Yi reacting instinctively to protectively shield his companion, alertness etched into his stance. A sinister apparition looms, causing Ren Yi's frustration to peak as he faces yet another phantom threatening their safety. A memory ripples to the forefront, depicting a woman imploring Ren Yi's help, her desperation echoing with familiar emotion. Ren Yi's mind reels with a sense of déjà vu, the scene unfolding with haunting similarity, tugging at unhealed memories. Reflecting in solitude, she lies awake, grappling with forgotten moments that elicit an unexpected anxiety, gnawing at her awareness. Disinterest shrouds her demeanor as she dismisses the significance of her thoughts, retreating back into her own world with careless ease. Cold eyes and an indifferent crowd surround, provoking frustration and helplessness. His plea for action punctuates the air, condemning the apathy of those around him. A glimmer of hope appears. He spots her amidst the crowd, her red scarf a beacon. Recognition dawns on him as he whispers, astonished, "It's you." He kneels before her, desperation coloring his voice as he implores her to save his mother. Her expression inscrutable. He questions if she possesses powers, a witch perhaps? He hears someone call him Jinx, demanding his attention. Desperation peaks as he offers anything in exchange, highlighting his willingness to pay any price. A mysterious feeling overwhelms him, as darkness with glowing eyes looms below. Under a blood-red moon, a girl with horns smirks, inviting challenges with unsettling confidence. The young boy pleads desperately, tears streaming, offering anything to save his mother. A sudden command to stop hangs in the air, as the horned girl's smile promises aid. In a swirling abyss, a final warning drifts. Cherish memories before they're lost. Gratefulness fills the boy's voice as he thanks her for his mother's salvation. The girl wanders through the opulent house, commenting on its grandeur. She turns playfully, questioning which room she should occupy for the night. Confusion tinges his response as he grapples with the unexpected inquiry. Two classmates insist he pick up the book, their expressions unfriendly. Her eyes challenge him, wondering if she's meant to venture down the mountain. A playful decision follows as she approves of a room with an enigmatic smile. Reclined and thoughtful, she asks if he's content, demanding pillows and a quilt. Flustered, he agrees, rushing off with an awkward assurance. In his hurry, he trips, meeting the floor with an embarrassing thud. Joyful and carefree, she rolls on the bed, relishing its coziness. He arrives, his arms full of bedding, but hesitates at the door. Observing her serene slumber, he leaves her to her dreams. Pondering deeply, he wonders if her exhaustion stems from saving his mom. He whispers a quiet goodnight, covering her with the quilt. He stares down at the fallen book, eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. In distant shadows, confusion looms as a figure searches, asking of an unknown presence. Amidst a chaos of shadows and crimson, a mysterious figure demands, "Who the hell?" Eyes wide open, filled with terror, suddenly awake. A startled woman questions a man leaning over her. What are you doing?" He explains nervously, "It's breakfast time," and surprised, she wonders, I did this? Blood trickles from her mouth, a stark drip tracing her cheek. Flustered, he apologizes. "So sorry, the blood is getting on you." Watching him leave, she notices his blood-streaked shirt, pondering, this boy. Observing him curiously, she acknowledges his unexpected humanity. A confrontational voice accuses him of still thinking he's important because of his wealthy background. He gazes at the stained glass window, recognizing the power of Moon Hermit. She suggests quietly from the bed, "You go first." Troubled, she thinks, "It's that thing again," and questions its essence. Over breakfast, he explains, "My mom is still resting, so only we two have breakfast." Curious, he asks, "You are a moon hermit. Why do you come to Dusk City?" Dismissing fear, he insists, "Not at all, though aware moon hermits are rare here." Reflectively, she admits, "I can't remember." Surprised, he repeats, "You don't remember?" Under a red moon, surrounded by enigmatic figures, she senses a lingering task. Reluctantly, she concedes, "But I can't remember it."
He expresses frustration, questioning how there can still be an empty soul. A male expresses his thoughts, realizing he's unable to escape. He acknowledges that a female is there because of him and is determined not to let her get hurt. A male character is determined to distract someone, urging another to hurry and run. He firmly tells another not to drag him down like they did with Verlona. He apologized, acknowledging that without his words, they would probably both die there. The female declares to the male, "From now on, you're one of my people." She places her hands gently on his face, conveying a sense of connection and closeness. The female character gently holds Little She's chin, looking at him closely. He has already formed a contract with the other person, allowing them to use the Scarlet Field next time. The other person is reminded that even if it's a simpler version, they must use it. He expresses concern, saying that if she overuses something in her current condition, it could have consequences. The female character says, "You'll die," with a hint of menace in her voice. He apologizes, saying there is no other way. A male expresses determination, stating that he will take action this time. In the scene, a male expresses surprise, exclaiming, "Scarlet Field, Nyx actually formed a contract with this brat." A female observes the situation through a telescope. He looks through a device with intensity and surprise, exclaiming, "Why is it him?" The focus shifts to an ornate symbol with a crescent shape and rays, suggesting significance or recognition. A figure in a white outfit and top hat is perched on a tree branch, observing through binoculars. He comments that the stamina of the person he is watching will deplete soon due to their physique. He stands breathlessly, leaning against a wall. He reflects on how using the Scarlet Field was more exhausting than anticipated. He shouted urgently, "Edie, don't come here," showing concern and a sense of urgency. A male character is holding a weapon, which appears to be stained with blood. He expresses a sense of urgency and surprise, asking why someone returned and reminding that he had instructed them to run. The female character expresses that she couldn't leave her classmate, Renshi, alone. The male character wonders about his feelings toward Elena. The character, likely a creature or entity, repeatedly utters L. Its expression suggests intensity or focus. She comments on a cruel fate, suggesting it would be better if the miss accepted him. She is feeling pain in her neck and winces, saying it hurts. She touches the area that seems to be causing the discomfort. A person in a long robe, possibly male, is sitting on a high beam, seeming to relax or meditate. An internal thought suggests the desire to completely lose one's will. He didn't want to save the brat, but the actions led to the situation congealing, even as things seemed to melt away. The male character, holding an intricately designed dagger, thinks to himself about the importance of not letting her new toy break too soon. A character addresses Nyx, referring to her as "my queen." A male character expresses concern, thinking, "If it continues like this, it'll run out," while watching another male in the distance engaged in some action. A female character wonders, why can he use magic? He thinks to himself that he needs to hurry before Nyx notices. He asks, "Who?" A figure stands at a distance, and with surprise, questions, "XXL." Confusion or concern is expressed by questioning, "Why? Is it them?" He finds the situation troublesome. Ren-E collapses on the ground. A female classmate, concerned, asks if he is okay. A female addressed Renshi with urgency or concern. A girl stands holding a teddy bear. A creature nearby tells her to kill him. Two ghostly figures urge an individual to kill him, while a girl with a teddy bear stands silently. The ghostly figures persistently repeat their demand, surrounding her with their ominous command. A character with long hair, holding something, instructs someone to kill him with a determined expression. A character expresses surprise, stating they didn't expect the other person to still have willpower after undergoing serious corruption. A female character, named Verlona, is depicted lying down with a determined expression. A female character inquires, Verlonia? A girl with braided hair urgently pleads, "Stop! Don't harm her." A female character warns, "Don't come! She'll kill you," she shouted, demanding to be released. A female character with gray hair is startled and asks what happened, questioning why things are the way they are. Another female with red hair appears concerned and is looking at her. He states that she is already corrupted. Yuin and Empty Souls have been enemies for several hundred years. He receives a curse from Empty Souls. Once a Yuin loses all their memories, they become an empty soul. The female character states that the transformation to an empty soul is irreversible, but their memories will return upon death. She calls out, Elena. A male character is lying down, appearing injured or unconscious. A female character looks determined and says that the luckiest thing that happened to her was the night she saved him. In the first image, a female character walks alongside another female character, holding her arm. The girl in the white outfit seems joyful and engaged in conversation with the other character. In the second image, the same joyful girl is shown running, reminiscing about happy memories. The female with gray hair expresses that she can only hide in the darkness while looking at another female with orange hair. Her body gradually started to change. A female character thinks about her limited time and expresses a desire to stay by someone's side. A female character is shocked and questions why it is him, as she looks at a male figure lying on the ground. A male character is seen with an expression of distress or urgency as someone off-screen appears to be shouting aggressively. The words, "Ran 11, I'll kill you, I'll kill you," suggest that there is a confrontation or threat directed towards Renshi. She remarks that he is finally caring more about her. A female character is aware of the sadness that comes with forgetting. As a result, she also understands more about the pain of remembering. A female character is having her memories about Yuin erased by another character. The other character touches her forehead, stating that humans and Yuin shouldn't be bound. A female character experiences something piercing near her neck. She hears, "Forget it all, sleep tight." A male character, dressed in a white suit and red scarf, stands under the night sky. He asks if it's possible to make use of another's corpse. The male character expresses concern with the words, "My poor clansman." A female character stands on a balcony, sensing a familiar scent. She realizes it is the blood of a specific male. He is injured to the extent shown by the blood on his hand. The male character insists with desperation that he is not responsible for something, pleading, "Don't misunderstand. It wasn't done by me." Meanwhile, the female character stands in the background, glaring intensely at him. A mysterious man explained the rescue of Ren, she but concealed that Verlonia had transformed into an empty soul. The male character states, "Now, I will return your beloved toy to you." She looks at him intently while holding him close. He appears to be seeking comfort or support from her. She wonders aloud, asking, "Who's he?" He invites Nyx to come with him. A character tells another, "Only by staying by my side, you'll be safe." The other person hears this and appears thoughtful or possibly concerned, as they think, "He's your..." A male character with light hair is startled and exclaims, "Wah!" as he stands outside a window. A female character with long dark hair turns around and enters the house. He expresses surprise, exclaiming, "So it's like this?" He seems to be in a state of realization or shock. In the scene, a character declares, "But this time, I won't let you leave again." While birds fly in the night sky, the male character joyfully announces to Sister Nyx that he knows how to transform. A male approaches a female who is sitting on the ground. He expresses excitement and relief, calling out to his partner that their child has returned. A male is lying in bed and apologizes for causing worry. A female stands beside him, listening. The female character assures the other that everything is fine if she's okay. The mother says she will get her something to drink. A female character stands by a doorway, looking thoughtful. She asks if little she has been seen. The male character smiles as the female character holds a burger, suggesting enjoyment as he compensates for past regrets from that year. The female character is concerned and asks if Elena is fine. The male character reflects on the situation, noting that she was close to losing her life but is now worried about someone else. A male remarks that a girl is fine while another individual, possibly Verlonia, is mentioned as special or different in some way. A female character states that someone died. He expressed surprise, questioning how it could be. He wondered if it was the empty soul or the XXLP. A female character reflects on why a particular event happened at that time. She observes that the trace in another girl's body has disappeared, indicating that the girl's contractor has died. He blamed himself for the situation, thinking it was all his fault. He regretted going to find Verlonia. He observes quietly, noting that in the end, everything is still. She thinks to herself, "But only you," and concludes with determination, "I can't let them find you by any means." Nyx is embraced warmly by another person. The other person expresses a heartfelt wish for Nyx to always stay by their side. He tells her to stay close to him. She finds herself confused as she sits on the bed, wondering why her tears won't stop flowing. A female character feels as if she's lost something important. Tears are streaming down her face, showing her sense of sadness and loss. A female character expresses satisfaction, commenting how two pieces of trash have perished together. Beside her, a male character wearing a hat notes that at least it saved him from dealing with it personally. The male suggests they go back because their efforts were for nothing. He later reflects on not realizing that the decision made that day would impact the future. The male believed that everything would progress to that point. A month passes, and a building with large windows and an ornate sign is prominent. Two females are walking and talking. One asks if the male they see is Ren Shi, expressing surprise at how different he seems. The other female wonders who the girl beside him is. Three people are having a conversation. One of them mentions hearing that a girl is Ren Shi's sister and that she transferred to the advanced division. Another person comments that Ren looks more handsome and suggests that the two walking together could make a good match. The third person proposes inviting Ren to dance at the upcoming opening ball, which is between the advanced and elementary divisions. Cliff's companion questions him, noticing that his ill-fated brother is in the elementary division. She wonders why his brother seems to be getting popular. A male character observes that another character's father, who passed away, was expelled by their family. A female character responds with, "Ah, hurts," as she reacts to something painful. A male character is surprised, questioning why he hasn't heard of the Ren family's adopted daughter, Shi's sister. A male questions a female, asking, "Who the hell is that woman? Why are you so attached to her?" A male figure asserts strongly to Ren Shi, claiming to be her only brother. The male with a mustache instructs the younger male to greet his brother. The younger male agrees cheerfully. Ren Shi introduces himself cheerfully, saying, "Hello, brother. My name's Ren Shi." A male and female walk together. Suddenly, the male notices another male nearby and exclaims, "This guy!" A male character wonders when another male character grew so tall. The scene suggests surprise or contemplation about the change in height. The male expressed anger, calling another an illegitimate child for ignoring him. Meanwhile, a female questioned the presence of a woman with Ren Shi. A character hands over a box, saying it's for the other person to thank them for being willing to go to school with them. A female character holds a box and expresses curiosity, commenting on its mysterious nature. He says he will report to the advanced division first. She listens attentively. A male and female walk through a hallway. The female holds a book. The male exclaims, reminding the female about their agreement that forbids using magic in school. A female character appears over a building with a fiery expression, warning, "And don't do something because you just don't like it." Below, a male and female are having a conversation. The male responds excitedly, "I know." A male character tells Nyx, "See you at the ball." He assures them that he'll always be by their side. He noticed that the fellow paid attention to this detail. A male figure stands at a podium, requesting the pleasure of seeing the new students. The respected deceased school director, Mr. Run, had an adopted daughter named Nix. He is introduced as Gamer Myers, the son of the esteemed Marquis Myers. The character expresses surprise and confusion, questioning why he is present. A male character extends his hand towards a female character and expresses that he has waited for a long time. The female character is curious and asks Ren Shi how he became so outstanding. Ren Shi listens attentively. He firmly states that he won't allow it, showing determination and resolve. The female expresses her relief and joy, saying that she can finally hold the male's hand again. He wonders why the man looks so happy, questioning what kind of expression he's making. He's unable to remember their relationship and ponders what's causing the laughter. A male character walks through a crowd. He is pondering about Uncle Ren's adopted daughter and questions if she is Ren Shi's sister. A male character stands among a group at an event. He is deep in thought, questioning why he never knew about something significant. Nearby, a female with long hair is also present, suggesting their presence is linked to the event. A male character questions why Ren Shi is so attached to a certain woman, asserting that he is Ren Shi's only brother. That year, the speaker barely accepted the other person, referred to as the Star of Calamity, claiming they were the only one who did. A female character expresses her desire to dance with Ren Shi. Encouragement is given to try asking Ren Shi to dance. Ren Shi stands nearby, appearing thoughtful. The female character asks classmate Ren Shi if she can have a dance with him. Ren Shi remains silent, not responding immediately. The male character turns, holding a female in his arms. Another male character appears upset, clenching his fist, as he is accompanied by a female. He feels that the action was done on purpose. The female character thinks to herself, "So handsome," while looking at the male next to her. A male character looks surprised while a female character stands beside him, smiling and leaning on his shoulder. He ponders, "How did I not notice it before?" Two young women remind a girl that she should let others have their turn. The girl looks surprised and asks if it's her turn. A female character expresses her admiration by calling a male character an angel, vowing to protect him. The male seems surprised by her declaration. The female character tells the male character, "You're really a nuisance." The male character questions the female character, expressing surprise that she isn't curious about his identity or their relationship. A female character with a horned accessory speaks. She says that if he wants to express something, he naturally would. If he doesn't want to, then it's pointless for her to ask. A male character says, "But I didn't come just for you, my dear." He says, "There's also." In the image, a female character expresses delight, saying she is so satisfied. A male character is present and looks back towards her. Ren Shi observed a female as he stood on a balcony, holding a glass of wine. His attention remained fixed on her despite the presence of many other people. The female character looks at classmate Ren Shi and asks if she can do something. The male character looks at Elena with surprise, saying her name. Elena stands in the street, clasping her hands. He apologized, stating he didn't have the chance to share important news. He informed her that Verlonia might have already died. He is surprised and calls out, "Verlonia?" Verlonia seems puzzled and questions why she suddenly feels uncomfortable. A female character is surprised and asks, "Who's Verlonia?" In the image, a female character is crying and expressing her feelings. She says to Ren Shi, "Classmate Ren Shi, you can just tell me if you don't want to dance with me. But why did you say something strange?" The female character questions why she suddenly lost her self-control. The male character walks ahead, creating distance between them. A male character wonders aloud about what might have happened to Elena, considering the possibility of someone being involved. He then realizes with certainty, it's him, as he looks at another male figure who stands confidently. A message is addressed to the students, informing them that the dance is coming to an end. They are encouraged not to regret the dance partner they have chosen. A female and male are dancing, She is looking up at him, and he appears to be facing her. The text indicates that they are engaging in the final dance of the night. The female character urgently demands to quickly undo the magic. The female character urges little Shi to quickly undo the magic, emphasizing that their body cannot handle such large-scale magic. A female character, wearing a headpiece with horns, says, "Let me do it." A character warns that continuing will slowly devour the person they're addressing. A hand is shown reaching towards another, emphasizing the seriousness of the warning. He assures her that he is okay. She looks at him with concern. The female character reminds him, "You promised me you would never use magic in school." A character raises a hand towards the ceiling and states that combining magic will prevent it from smashing. A blonde male greets with a friendly hi and waves. It is revealed that he is a Yu-in. A female character expresses surprise, exclaiming, "Ah!" She alerts others by saying, "There's still people that way." Nearby, others react with relief, noting, "Nothing. No one's hurt." Another voice remarks on the situation's danger, commenting that it almost cost lives. The male character insists he didn't want to cause harm and expresses his frustration, blaming a woman for the situation. A small accident occurred but didn't disrupt the refined and elegant atmosphere. Nobody seemed to notice Ren Shi's secret, and the dance resumed quickly. A female character wearing a red dress invites a male character to go home. He mentions they should finish the final dance while standing next to a female who is beside him. A male character faces a female character adorned with an intricate headpiece and necklace. She addresses him, saying, "But your body." The female character reassures the male by saying, "It's okay." She is speaking with a calm demeanor. A male character embraces a female character during a dance. He expresses his contentment, stating that as long as he can dance this song with her, he is happy. He looks quite delicate upon close inspection. He might have grown a bit. He questions if she is the little devil who begged him on the ground. He told her that she should have forgotten when they first met. He reassures someone, stating that it doesn't matter and he won't let them lose their memory again. He pushes her away, calling her an insignificant servant. A female character expresses dissatisfaction, noting that someone or something is being rude to its master. A male is standing by a railing, holding a cape. He is addressed as master by another character, who suggests, "Let's go home." A figure stands cloaked in darkness, questioning, "Hatred? Envy?" A character in a hood asks, "Ah, is it love?" Another character responds, acknowledging, "However, it's not okay being like that." Two figures stand facing each other in a conversation. One mentions to the other that the opposing party is a witch and suggests that some assistance will be needed. He tells her that she may have forgotten when they first met. The male character confidently tells the female character, "This time, I won't let you reject it." The female character expresses concern, saying to little Shi, "Little Shi, you can't." She suddenly wakes up, appearing startled. She is surprised and questions her own thoughts while sitting up in bed. A female stands in a hallway, reflecting on her recent experience. She wonders why she had such a dream. A male character is asking if another person is awake and mentions that he is preparing a lunchbox for them. A male questions a female, asking why she is dressed in a certain way. She responds by explaining that she did some morning exercise while he was still asleep. The male character is not wearing his clothes properly. The female character, with a frustrated gesture, tells him to wear his clothes correctly first. A female character wonders if a particular guy is acting intentionally. A female addressing Nix refers to her as Little Nix. A female character says, "Auntie has something to say to you," to another female character. Two students are walking together in a hallway. One of them asks, "What's for lunch?" The other expresses a desire to eat dessert today. The first student responds with, "Okay, okay." The girl reflects on the fact that little Shi's father once saved someone named Yuin. She also notices a faint smell. The female in the yellow sweater is coughing repeatedly. She seems to be unwell. The other female, sitting beside her, listens as the first person mentions, "It's only that." A male character seems worried as he holds his hands to his chest. A female character observes the situation, noting that the effectiveness is almost gone. The male character stands by a table, holding a food cart with covered dishes. In the background, two couples observe him from a distance. One of them is surprised and wonders why the Marnhouse's son is so good to her. He asked Nixama if he could eat lunch with her. A male character inquires if Ren-shi's sister is the sibling of the cursed guy from the junior division. A female character acknowledges that the Marquis son has notable popularity in the human world. A male character tells a female character, "You also know that human beings are greedy creatures." While gesturing with his hand, they are sitting across from each other at a table, and a drink is placed in front of her. A male character is negotiating with another person, stating that as long as they are willing to pay the right price, everything will be fine. He reassures the other by saying that even if they were to become a father, it would be acceptable. A male remarks that if he were the Marquis father, he wouldn't be able to attend school with the female. Kam Yao thanked the other person for their kindness, but explained that she had already made an appointment with others. A male character, depicted with cat-like features, makes a sound, "Kam Yao." In response, a female character asks if he doesn't want to be called that. A character resembling a small cat exclaims, "It's fine, it's fine." Nearby, a male observes with curiosity or concern. Ren-shi experiences a nosebleed caused by a surprising moment. He recalls that it is reminiscent of the first time they met. He mentions objective. The male with blonde hair asks the male with dark hair, "What is your objective in approaching Nyx?" The blonde male is pondering the objective and requests a moment to think. He said he came to find a fiancée and to take her back. A character invites Nyx to come with him. Nyx, appearing uncertain, questions the reality of the situation. A male character laughs loudly, saying, "Ha ha ha ha, of course it was a lie." Meanwhile, another male character looks worried and thinks to himself, "Forget it. If she finds out, she'll kill me." A character with blonde hair points and laughs, saying, "Look at your face." The other character with dark hair looks annoyed. He insists, "You can't be thinking." The male character mentions that the other was the first human to find Nyx. He affectionately calls the other little brother She. The male character asks the female character not to use a particular name to call him, expressing his displeasure. He stated confidently that he was Nyx's first. A male character feels suspicious and cautious, thinking he can't be careless. He hears someone call him a nuisance. A person in red gently touches the forehead of a person with blonde hair and says, "We met before you met." He realizes that Nyx has been wandering in the human world. He acknowledges that others have also been in contact with Nyx. He considers it reasonable that Nyx has met other people. A man expresses his relief at finally finding the woman he had been searching for over many years. A male character expresses joy, saying, "Finally, I can meet Nyx-sama again," with enthusiasm as he claps his hands. Another male character, observing this, comments that he's being too excited. The male character wonders how much he knows about Nyx's past experiences. He also questions how much Nyx remembers about him. The male character asks the female character if she is not a Yuin, but a human. A male character with a playful expression claims that he is not a Yuin and only possesses a bit of Nyx's power. A small creature beside him ponders, saying, I wonder asterisk everything is a lie." The male with blonde hair expresses that his abilities do not match those of the other person's contractor. A male, likely a contractor, is informed that he possesses Nyx's strongest contracted human. He acknowledges that there will be a significant price to pay. He knows about the contract too. It seems he's not just a person with some magic. A female character asks if the other already knows about Verlonia's death. The other replies, acknowledging the information with a simple, "Yeah." He asked if the person knew what it meant. He referred to Void Demon with surprise or concern. Elena explained that Verlonia was the protector of Capital Mu. With Verlonia gone, the city faces uncertainty. He acknowledges the understanding of the person he is speaking to. The city urgently requires a new guardian. A blonde-haired character expresses feelings of weakness, believing they can't protect anything. A dark-haired character questions the truth of these statements, pondering if the other is really as weak as they claim. A blonde-haired character enthusiastically asks the contractor if they want to become the city's new protector. Meanwhile, the contractor internally finds the proposition disgusting. The male character insists on agreement, telling the other to let go and not touch him as they please. He says, "Very good, contractor, maybe only your contract's power will be able to save her." He stated that he has no interest in guarding the city. The male character reflects on his important people, which influences his actions and decisions. A male character expresses concern about not being skilled at controlling an ability. A female character reassures him, saying it doesn't matter and offers to teach him. The male is surprised and asks why she claims she was weak. She explains by mentioning theoretical knowledge. The characters acknowledge that they are human beings. The female character asks the male character where he went, reminding him that they were supposed to have lunch together. A female character says, "I should also be able," while facing a male character. It appears they are in conversation, and the female seems determined or assertive. A female character expressed her impatience and hunger, saying she waited for the male character for a long time. The male character explained that he had something to do, which caused his delay, and he apologized for being late. He suggests, "Let's go eat." A person is running through the woods, yelling for help and asking to be saved. The male asks why they agreed to let the kids stay. A male character observes a room where a female character is sitting on a bed. The male thinks to himself that the man and his father are not the same and believes he should not be there. The female asks the male, "How? Do you really like that brother of yours?" The male, holding a book or notebook, responds, "You were expelled from the family long ago." A male character is experiencing a piercing pain. Another male urges him to stop. Two male characters are engaged in a conversation. The first male asks if it's still difficult to control the power. The second male responds by explaining that the spell always feels like it has endless energy inside, but every time he tries to absorb it, the energy seems to be absorbed back inside. He feels as if something has drained away in an instant. Nyx did not inform him about the curse. They suspect she must have forgotten it again. A male student informs a female that she is not present and has already left. She wondered about the two guys, noting that recently they have been disappearing after school ends. A female character says, "I'll sort you out when you're home." She appears determined. A male character hides behind a fence, expressing frustration with Shi by calling him a frivolous guy. A male observes two people through a fence. One of them exclaims, questioning how the other can be so friendly to people. A male character feels irritated and finds another guy's laugh annoying. A character cheerfully addresses someone named Cliff as brother while holding a round object. A person is determined, thinking to themselves, "You can't laugh. You can't laugh." The male character looks up and sees the words, "You can't laugh anymore." He seems surprised by something. There is an expression of amazement or recognition on his face. The male character finds that expressions make people delighted. He thinks that expression is beautiful. Shi is confronted by a male who threatens, "I will make you unable to laugh again." A male character is experiencing a strong feeling. The male character exclaimed, "Empty soul!" A female character is wondering why a male character hasn't returned yet. A female character returns and announces to a person addressed as Madam that she is back. A female character, referred to as Little She, is depicted with large, decorative wings and horns. A character with black hair is in distress and urgently calls out, "Little She, save me!" They appear alarmed and are seeking help from Little She. A male character, wearing a shirt and tie, levitates in the air with his arms raised. In front of him, another male figure watches. The levitating individual states, "Just like this is right." Small figures resembling insects or fairies surround them. She is spoken to by another character, who repeats their name softly. A male character expresses his desire by saying, "I want you," and continues with, to cry, while gently touching a female character's chin. Minutes ago, two males stood by a fence, appearing startled. Another male with a moth on his jacket looked towards them. A male character is surprised, questioning if the name is Cliff. Another male expresses disbelief, asking why it is Cliff. They both seem to be reacting to the presence of someone named Cliff. Two individuals are engaged in a conversation. The male on the left questions why another person became an empty soul, emphasizing that he is clearly human. The male on the right comments on the deep obsession of the person they are discussing. He expresses hesitation by saying, "But..." Meanwhile, an owl with a human-like face states, "This is a matter between you two brothers. I don't want to meddle." A male character expresses his frustration by shouting, "Of course he's not reliable." Ren Shi is warned about being careless. Nearby, butterflies with eye-like patterns flutter around. He wondered what the other person had experienced. The female character with wings expresses concern to the contractor, questioning his ability to handle an evil spirit. A character tells another that they are not qualified to stay with Nyx. He notices a moth-killing lamp and reacts with surprise, expressing that the object is a lamp specifically for killing moths. He expresses frustration, referring to something as troublesome, describing it as a thing that confuses and poisons people's minds. The character contemplates a statement, reflecting on the fact that something will emerge from people's hatred. In the moth-killing lamp, the greater the hatred, the easier it is for one to lose themselves. A woman apologizes to Shi, explaining that she has been unable to take care of him. She responds reassuringly, telling her it's okay and that he will stay at his uncle's house. A man wearing a top hat offers a lollipop to a young boy. He tells the boy that if he wants to stay in his house, he must laugh. A male character has a wrapped candy and acknowledges something with enthusiasm, saying, "That's right, just like your father." A male character expresses to his mom that his uncle treats him well. He mentions that his uncle visits daily to make him laugh. A woman instructs another person to wait quietly inside for the night. The aunt played hide-and-seek with him. Cliff used to bring many friends to play with him. He reassures his mom, telling her that he has been very well behaved while staying with his uncle's family. He also advises her to take good care of herself in the hospital. A character expresses a sense of confusion and frustration, asking why things have been difficult since a young age. The character mentions enduring pain and experiencing sorrow. He stands with a troubled expression, his hands slightly outstretched. Text around him reads humiliation and "Why do you exist?" reflecting his internal conflict. The character expresses a strong desire to completely obliterate Cliff. He completely lost sight while flying above. The character advises the contractor to be cautious and warns them not to let hatred cloud their judgment. The female character is surprised and asks, "What's happening?" While observing through something, the female character taunts her brother, telling him to be sad and give up. She adds that hatred destroys his wonderful fantasies. A male character tells another to be trapped in his illusion and to stay with him forever. A male character with wings observes the situation, questioning if someone, referred to as contractor, is already completely lost. The male character acknowledges the other's firm resolve to protect Nyx. Another male stands in the background, observing. A female character expresses that if matters only reach a certain level, then it's concluded. The male character is in disbelief, repeatedly thinking, "It can't be." Ren Shi is speaking to herself, urging herself to calm down. She believes that what she's seeing must be hallucinations. The male character acknowledges that he might have been confused by something and wonders what it could be. A male character considers that there must be something he has neglected. He continues to ponder, thinking there is something important. He is crying, and a feeling is identified. It's hatred. A male holds another male gently and tells him to open his eyes. The male lying down seems surprised by the request. A male character, surprised, asks another male, "You, how did you escape the moth-killing lamp?" The male character asks, "You, and your hatred." He appears surprised and concerned, questioning if there is a lack of hatred toward him. A male character, looking at a piece of paper, remarks that it is not qualified enough. He seems to be assessing something with a neutral expression. A male character reacts with surprise and slight disbelief, questioning whether he was told he's not qualified enough. He says that compared to what he wants to protect, the hatred directed towards him is so insignificant it's not even worth mentioning. He expressed surprise, noting that someone had finally defeated himself. Cliff is advised to calm down as he stands under the night sky. He is told that if he continues in his current manner, he will be the one to lose himself first. A person is sitting on the ground, looking surprised and exclaiming, "Huh, what?" They appear to be dressed formally and have a cloak draped over their shoulders. He tells the other person that they have already been devoured by that power. A male character is seen contemplating the idea that a certain power could allow him to destroy everything he hates. In the background, two figures are engaged in conversation. A male expresses his hope that the other person can become a human who controls it. A male character exclaims, Don't!" and urgently asks for help, saying, "Save me." Ren Shi is mentioned in the context. A male character refers to another as "my good brother." He pleads for help, exclaiming that he was deceived. The male character expresses a strong desire to live by saying he doesn't want to die. Another male character appears to be pleading or seeking comfort, as he is kneeling and holding onto the standing person's leg. A person is overwhelmed with guilt, feeling responsible for past actions. They express regret, wishing they had behaved differently. They seem to struggle to find words to explain their feelings further, only managing to say, "I only." He asks for forgiveness. He pleads earnestly, his expression filled with emotion as tears stream down his face. The male character states, "I won't forgive you." A young male lies on the ground, his expression serious. He hears the words, "You can no longer be salvaged." A male character pleads with Ran Shi, asking, "Allow me to die by your hands. Kill me, Ren Shi." He expresses a sense of gratitude, adding, "At least it's you." He states, "You don't deserve it," expressing a firm sentiment. He experienced a vague feeling. He urgently realizes the need to return home, thinking to himself, "Home! I need to go home now." He observes the flames while holding a scroll. His thoughts express a distinction, noting humans and empty souls. He thinks to himself that the city really has someone secretly making mischief. The female character urges a woman to hold on. She says that little Shi will be back soon. The female character is concerned and thinks, if Ren Shi doesn't come back soon, there won't be much time. She appears to be worried about a situation involving Ren Shi. A male character who is standing in the background with a camera intervenes and tells the two females, Okay, stop talking." He seems to be directing the situation or conversation. He describes the group as First One, while he stands in the center, surrounded by two females and one male. The female to his left and the male to his right look towards him with a friendly demeanor as they gather together outdoors. He expresses joy at their reunion, calling her dear. She responds, admitting surprise at how soon they have met again. The female character expresses regret, admitting that she has not been able to care for little Shi. Instead, she acknowledges that she was the one being taken care of. She feels guilty, recognizing that she has let the child suffer. He reassures her, saying it's okay. A male figure states that there will be no problems with her by little Shi's side. He acknowledges that she is also a kind child. He tells her that she doesn't have to blame herself anymore. The female character expresses regret, saying they didn't protect him at that time. She voices her concern, stating she can't stop worrying about their children. He observes that little Shi has changed from how they were in the past. Two individuals discuss little Shi. One observes that little Shi has already become completely independent. The other reassures that little Shi will definitely grow into an amazing adult. He held her close, comforting her. He expressed that they couldn't witness him growing up with their own eyes. A female character, referred to as Madame, is interacting with a male character. She is standing and leaning over him, making a statement that he will see something. A female observes in awe as magic fireworks appear in the sky. A character observes a glowing object with fascination, thinking it's pretty. He tells her, "Dear, I will pick you up." He assures someone that they won't need to weep by themselves. A female acknowledges the efforts made by another person, expressing her appreciation by saying they have worked hard. A female character expresses her feelings by saying, "Husband, I really wanted to see you." With the other person, she feels she can finally reunite. A male tells a female that he should have informed her that magic does not reverse death. He acknowledges something with certainty. The male character reveals that the madam has been unwell for a long time and kept it hidden. The other person acknowledges this information. He reflects that she entered the most beautiful fantasy without any pain. A male and female stand under an umbrella at a grave. The male mentions that after handling everything else, he plans to sell the house. The male says, "Come with me." To the female, they are under an umbrella. 100 years ago, Capital Mu's moon remained intact. Yu'in are powerful creatures with an unknown power referred to as witch by humans. For centuries, due to humans' fear, they continued to kill the witches. Evil forces, known as empty souls, are growing in the dark. These entities are being hunted by humans who continuously fight against them, referred to as witches. The current Capital Mu is being protected by a human. St. Adrian College Senior Department is the building shown. Renshi and his classmates are discussing events after class. One female classmate asks where he is headed. Another mentions that terrible events have recently occurred, with Yu'in being suspected. The group agrees that everyone is feeling scared. The female character expresses that she heard Yu'in and witches are all very frightening monsters. He expresses admiration, saying, "Not at all, they're beautiful." A female character wonders about Renshi's recent behavior, noting that he has been unpredictably appearing and disappearing throughout the day. The male character appears surprised and confused, expressing uncertainty. She thinks that ever since then, the brat has changed. Two hearts are able to meet in the other world. In the image, two gravestones are present side by side on a grassy field. A large bouquet of red roses is placed in front of the gravestones. Red petals are scattered around the area. A ghost of the dead hasn't gone to rest yet. A male character stands while holding a bouquet of flowers. A speech bubble reads, "It's actually him," indicating a moment of recognition or surprise. Two characters are talking. One asks why a male is present, while the other responds that they don't know, attributing it to bad luck. A female confronts a male, accusing him, "You still dare to come? All your family does is harm. Get lost." She also blames him, stating, "Cliff's death must be because of you." Clive believes it must be because of the other person, even suggesting that the physical condition of the person in question is also affected. Cliff is present with a male and a female in the background. The male and female are dressed in formal attire. Cliff is thinking about forgiving the person. The speaker expresses determination to uncover the person responsible for tricking another into becoming a void demon. A bouquet of white flowers is present. A female character bids farewell by saying, "Goodbye, my once only brother," to a male character. The male character suggests to the other male character, "Let's make a deal." The male character sitting at the desk informs the standing male character that something is now his from today. The male character holds a card and asks if the other person thought it through, warning that taking it back won't be simple. A male character, holding a small yellow item, says, "Only temporarily," to another character. He is determined to retrieve it no matter the cost, even if it's 10 times the price. A male character holds an item and explains to another male wearing a top hat that the item is his father's last relic. He expresses his belief that the other person will take good care of it. A male character is tired. He reveals that the password is a father's birthday. A male and female stand in front of an ornate building with a tall clock tower. One of them questions if it's acceptable to break into their own escape room. He suggests they go, saying that everything is gone. She listens quietly. He states that it doesn't matter anymore. He reflects on his life and says it became a one-way street long ago. Kamyao is approached by a male who comments, "You seem to have been walking very close." A person sits on a rooftop, gazing at a large, bright moon in the night sky. The stars twinkle around the moon, creating a serene atmosphere. The male character expresses surprise that the female character has reached a certain level. He comments on her willingness to act as a witch's dog despite being human. A male character is pondering a situation, wondering what the XKL group would think if they found out. He seems particularly concerned about one specific individual. A male character accuses another male, questioning his feelings towards a female, saying, "You brat," towards her, "Do you really?" A male character looks back and comments, saying, "Noisy." The male character thinks to himself that if Nyx discovers what they do every night, she'll definitely be very upset with him. The female character asks the male character if he is hiding something from her. The male character quickly replies that he is not hiding anything, laughing nervously. The female character expresses that she doesn't have it, suggesting a lack of something significant. He noticed the clock and realized he almost forgot the time. She must have been waiting for a long time. A female character holds a book titled Haimati. The text explains that the hippocampus is located between the cerebral thalamus and the medial temporal lobe, and it belongs to the limbic system. It is responsible for long-term memory storage and conversion, orientation, and other functions. He apologizes, saying he made the other person wait. The nun is standing and says, "It's okay." She appears calm and composed. A male character gently warns a female character, who appears to be wearing a nun's habit, to be careful. She expresses her gratitude by saying, "Thank you." A male and female are walking outside. The female comments on how Dr. Zhou could live in such a place. A female character informs a male character that since a particular incident, Mr. has been forced to move and live outside the city. The male character inquires about the nature of the incident. A female character remarks that those who are stubborn and indifferent. A person refers to another as a stinky brat and mentions it's their first time spying on them. She accuses someone of being with a strange woman on the way to a mysterious place. A character accuses someone of being a liar. A female comments that Mr. seems to be absent. A male replies that he can only visit again another day. He decided to leave for the day. A person expresses uncertainty about how understanding someone will be of Yu Yin's problem. A male character is sitting and reading in a library. He thinks about everything coming from a book he accidentally saw. When her bewildered eyes looked at him again, there was a throb. He wondered if he succeeded. She spoke, calling out Zhou. She remembered him and affirmed it. He hugged her, assuring her that those pedantic people wouldn't disturb them anymore. He promised she wouldn't lose her memories or change into a monster again. The characters reflect on how they have been trapped on this day. A male character is holding a book. He contemplates if the story written by the person is about the life between a Yu-in and a human. He questions if, based on the story's description, the Yu-in have regained their memories. The character decides they must go see a certain person. The male character expresses surprise and says, "Back?" The female character asks, "You're back." A male comments to another character, questioning why they are dressed the way they are. A female character asks, "What?" and then comments, "Didn't you like this style?" as she looks at someone out of view. The female character faces the male character closely and comments on him being an abstinent big sister with a teasing tone. A male expresses confusion and surprise, exclaiming, "What abstinent is this?" as he interacts closely with a female. The effect is entirely opposite to abstinence. A female character confronts a male character, expressing disbelief and questioning him about his preference for someone described as that abstinent nun. The male holds a book while she grabs his tie, indicating tension between them. He questions Nyx, asking if it could be her, while they both share a close, intense moment. The female character expressed that since moving there, she has encountered strange people. A female student eagerly exclaims about seeing a senior from higher grades while holding a small box. A female character observes as another woman, likely a flower shop owner, greets a male character at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. The grandmother next door expressed her surprise. She bought too much candy and offered to gift some to Ren Shi. A male character is surprised, saying, "And now it's a nun?" A female character appears upset and is pointing at him, exclaiming, "I don't remember raising such a child." He tries to explain, saying, "You misunderstood, and it's me who is raising you." The female holds a document and reminds the other person, "Don't forget the contract between us." He asks Nix what she's doing and tells her to stop. He expresses frustration, wondering how he could forget about something important. She states that she is no longer needed to maintain his mother's vitality. She adds that if he cannot fulfill the contract between them, she doesn't have to stay there anymore. The female character questions someone, saying, "Didn't you beg to me for this?" She seems to be addressing a past event where someone asked for her help or intervention. The male character questions someone, asking what they are talking about, and notes that they are being really strange today. The female character acknowledges that memories will gradually fade away. The male character reflects on his intentions by saying, "I originally." He says he will remind her of it. They are close, with the male leaning in towards the female. A book titled Hippocampus System Restoration appears in front of the male. He feels like leaving again. He intends to make the other person remember what they took from him a long time ago. He tells her, "I will not let you go for everything until now." He detects a scent and questions what it is, showing surprise as he and the female character face each other closely. The male confronts the female, accusing her by asking, "You drank." He appears surprised and concerned. He feels surprised and exclaims, "No wonder." The text on the bottles includes labels such as Tequila Lay, Dracoletza, RUM, and Mandragok. A character reacts with surprise, exclaiming at the amount, saying, "That much?" He asked where the alcohol came from. She responded that Kamyao gave it to her. He offers alcohol, mentioning that the Countess said it's good for not feeling lonely, even when alone. He gestures towards several bottles on the table. The female character is explaining something energetically, saying, "It was like that." The male character's expression suggests surprise or disapproval as he thinks to himself, "That guy." He believes, "Good kids shouldn't learn that." A female character tells a male character, "These few years you forget something every day," while embracing him. A female character expresses her loneliness while embracing a male character closely. He appears relieved as he lies down, thinking to himself that something has finally ended. He lets out a sigh, saying, "Hot." A male is lying on a bed looking up. A female is asleep next to him, holding onto his arm. He observes that the female seems to have low alcohol tolerance. He mentions that it solves what he has been trying to find out over the past few years. He sighs. An hour ago, a female character expresses feelings of loneliness to a male character. A female character insists that a male character must play with her. He responds with hesitation, expressing uncertainty. She holds a document labeled Magic Pet Contract. He realizes she has never treated him as a man, possibly not even as a person. In front of him is a magic pet contract. A male character insists that they can play whatever they want, but only after the female character removes her shoes. He appears to have a tendency for cleanliness. A female character tells the other person to pick it up. The male character, who appears to be somewhat stressed or confused, questions what kind of play is happening. He expresses determination, stating firmly that he will not allow the other person to drink anymore in the future. She asks to wait a moment. A male character turns around as a hand reaches toward him. He asks, "Huh? What is it?" A female character tells a male character to take off his clothes. He is flustered and sweating, lying down with a concerned expression. She appears to be looming over him, and he thinks to himself, "It's this kind of play again." The female character requests to see the other person's back. He says, "You can't." He appears to be lying down, looking to the side. A female character states firmly, "This is an order," to a male character who is lying down. The female character insists, "I said no," as she pins the male character down forcefully. He responds with surprise, saying, "There's no nose." She warns that if he struggles again, she will be rude to him. He apologized to Nyx. The female character expresses her refusal, stating, "I can't agree to this request." To the male character while lying close to him, she observes with concern, noting that the curse mark has already spread seriously. A male questions a female about her secret activities with Camael over the past years. He stated that he doesn't really care about the life and death of those dirty things. She tells him that he and Camael aren't the same. He wonders why he is not the same as another male person. He looks contemplative, holding his face with his hand. He promised her mother to protect her for a lifetime. A striped tie is laid out on a table. The male reflects on the fact that his mother and father were among the humans who helped Yuin. He wonders what he should expect her to say. The male asks if that's all or if there's anything else. He wants someone to say she needs him and that she's lonely without him. The male character leans closer to the female character. She asks, "And what is it?" She notices the familiar sweetness again. The male insists that the female stay for the night and not go anywhere, expressing that he feels dizzy and sleepy. The female responds by saying she will return to her room. A male or female states that disobedient little devils have no choice. Another character insists they are no longer a child, and if they stay there, something unspecified will happen. The first character then tells them to shut up. A female character senses a sweet smell and questions the time and place. She compares the aroma to a dessert she has tasted before. He thinks it should be his favorite dessert. He notices that the sting on his back has disappeared. A contractor expresses a desire to stand by her side. He states his willingness to stay alive as long as she needs him. Early in the morning at the Count residence, a loud "ah" is heard. The male character exclaims, "I must pass it," as he plays a video game. The screen shows "Game Over." The text below indicates that he has stayed up all night. She wonders, "What is this place?" as she looks around, searching for answers. A character wonders about the identity of another, asking, "Who is she?" A Yuin. They also feel a sense of familiarity with their surroundings, questioning, "Why is everything here so familiar?" The female character is experiencing a recurring dream. Noticing it becomes increasingly clear. She questions, "Who are you?" to an unseen presence. A female character appears surprised, expressing disbelief by saying, "It's me?" The female character, with a look of relief, acknowledges the arrival of the male character, saying, "You finally came." She holds his face gently, indicating a significant emotional connection between them. A female character expresses regret to Nyx, saying she didn't do it on purpose. In the image, a female character asks, "She is not me?" In the background, silhouettes are seen dancing or celebrating in front of a large pink moon. The male character pleads, "I beg you," and continues, "I beg you please kill me." Another character questions, "What are these things? Humans?" A female character is looking intensely, with determination in her eyes. She is silently imploring. The words, kill me," are seen, conveying her resolute request. A male expresses concern and asks Nyx what's wrong as Nyx appears to be unconscious or unresponsive. He exclaimed in frustration. He finally obtained something. A person is using their hand to manage a Yu Yin's core while lasers are present. There is laughter, indicated by "ha ha 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 ha." He decided to give her to another person to handle. The male character asks the female if she is experiencing that nightmare again. The female character asks the male character how much he can remember this time. He responds that he completely forgot. The male character reflects on why the feelings in his dreams are clear, yet he can't remember anything specifically. He reassures the other person by saying, "It's okay, nothing happened." He then offers to take them out today to help them distract themselves. A female character asks sternly if the other person is looking down on her, referring to them as a little demon. The male acknowledges that he didn't do something, then asks if the female wants to go. The female responds affirmatively, saying, "Yes." Nyx is compared to a normal young girl. A female character asks if there are still no results regarding a certain matter. A person wearing a hat mentions that despite many years passing, the master of a particular power has never been found. A male holds an item in his hands, expressing frustration about someone named Crow. He comments that it took many years to search for one person. He then mentions that if Ji Inja arrives first, the situation will be troublesome. Xiao Yan is informed that something has been different recently. The female character explains that Mu Do has been missing a young woman for half a year, but her absence has been hidden by the Light Society. He instructs the Xian team to go investigate. A character mentions, that brat from the Light Society, they're the same as Ji Injada. Another thought follows, and that kid, I don't know where he's now? He confidently says he will definitely catch someone. The speaker expressed an intention to personally kill the other person. As the male character sneezes, a female character shows concern and asks if he's okay. He responds by saying it's nothing. A male character is looking at his phone, expressing that his NINI hasn't contacted him yet. He is unsure about the whereabouts of Ren Shi, mentioning that Ren Shi hasn't asked him to go out and hunt in the past few days. Ren Shi posted online, sharing about having a date with the girlfriend. He included a photo of himself with a peace sign, accompanied by a female in the background. A male character enthusiastically declares, 20 bottles more. I pay tonight. He appears to be holding a wine bottle in one hand and a wallet in the other. There are tears streaming down his face, and he seems emotional or perhaps celebratory. Nearby, others seem attentive to his exclamation. The female character seems confused as the male character exclaims, warning her not to change clothes there. He recalls seeing the other person hanging over the moon, referring to a photograph that was sold to him. The flowers gradually dissipate, their last withered beauty blooming under the moonlight. Time continues to pass as this transformation occurs. A male and female observe blooming flowers. He mentions that the new bet is just for the new bloom, indicating a sense of renewal or fresh beginnings. The male character is inside the building, looking out of the window. The female character is outside, looking upward at the window. She wears a flowing robe and seems to be in the garden area. There's a request to open one's eyes and guide again. A male character stands by a desk, looking at a computer. He expresses a desire to see another person lying beside him, without fear of death. A person reflects on a child, wondering if he will be arriving today. Nyx believes her dream should contain clues for restoring memories, but she can't remember anything. The male asks her how much she can recall this time. Nyx responds, saying she completely forgot. The male asks Kamael if Nyx has ever told him about her dreams. The male character confidently states, "Hey, of course not," while another male stands nearby, observing the interaction. He asks, "What is it?" A male expresses frustration, saying, "She said that she only wants to be with me in her dreams." To another male, he expresses frustration, thinking that Kamael doesn't know how to tell the truth and calls him a bastard. He supposes that the anger is due to the photos from earlier. It is suggested that Dr. Zhou knows the most about Yuin. He expresses surprise upon seeing Sister Lilith. A woman, wearing a religious habit, asks a man to accompany her by saying, "Please, come with me." He admires the flowers, noting their beauty. He finds the smell difficult to describe. The male character wonders why a female is at Dr. Zhou's house, noting that Dr. Zhou was expelled by the Light Society. A female and male stand at the entrance of a room. The female addresses the person inside, saying they've brought the individual. A framed photograph of a woman is visible in the room. A male wearing glasses comments that something is similar, really similar, expressing surprise or realization. A female character greets Dr. Zhou, saying hello. She seems to be pondering something related to similarity, as she asks a question about it. The female character says she'll go down first. The male character thanks her for her hard work. A male character mentions that Lilith had already informed him. He acknowledges that the other person saved her from a monster and inquires if it was an empty soul. The male sitting at the desk, wearing glasses, asks the other male, "Why are you so interested in Yuin?" The standing male is nearby. He thinks that if he doesn't reveal anything, the other person wouldn't expose any secrets to him. He acknowledges the situation with acceptance. Kamyao speaks to Nix, mentioning the need to find someone. Kamyao apologizes and hands over an award to Nix. A person wearing glasses expresses curiosity, asking if it's a Yu-in. He mentions to someone, "Yeah, I had a Yu-in friend before." A male figure recounts that he had been secretly guarding the city, but due to a serious injury in a battle, a female character saved him. He remarks that her body's ability was also passed on by that friend. He stated that, in return for his assistance, someone gave him their power. He discovered that he was losing his memory gradually. His reasoning was affected, and his behavior became strange. He recalls the time when suddenly the person in question disappeared. The character expresses concern about someone and expresses a desire to find him again. A male character expresses surprise, saying he didn't expect Mr. Renchu's child to tell a story like this, indicating he may have underestimated them. The male character is surprised and asks if the other person knows his father. A female is standing under a red umbrella in the rain, contemplating the smell of the city. She seems to be in a thoughtful mood as she gazes out. The situation becomes more chaotic as construction continues. She cries out, "Monster! Let me down! Help!" Below, another person decides that human beings other than Renshi are not worth saving. She wonders aloud, questioning, "But why is it he? What is he to me?" He wonders if she has assimilated because she has stayed in the human world for too long. Nixama approaches with a man. He is carrying an umbrella for her. Another figure stands waiting. They express that they have finally met. The character has an overwhelming feeling of disgust. They express frustration about someone who fails to recognize kindness, questioning if it's better to kill him. A person in a hood points decisively, instructing someone to kill the target. Another character wearing a hard hat pleads urgently, begging them not to proceed with the action. He reflects on a recent attack, questioning how he was able to completely obstruct it. He is puzzled by the situation. A character questions their obligation to save another person for a second time. She stands in the rain, contemplating the past years and wondering if they've truly assimilated into humanity. He wondered if he would be happy. The character is upset and blames someone for ruining the good mood of the day. The cloaked figure warns that the real enemy is already on the move. He and she are talking about going to Mudo. Additionally, he expresses that he is speaking as a friend. The words Killer League are associated with a symbol or emblem. He, appearing fearful, trembles and exclaims, "So scary, so scary." He reflects on how a moment longer might have resulted in his death. He questions his situation, wondering if he's crazy for receiving such a mission. He was surprised and asked, "You know my father?" He expressed that he thought she came today to discuss her father with him. Renshi listens as a person tells him that the story he just shared was good. The person implies that there's something Renshi should already know. They sit at a table with a computer in front of them while the conversation takes place. Yuyin's memory might be lost, but it won't result in mental deficiency. He acknowledges that he can't lie in front of his elders. She points out that people will only know if they actually lived with Yuyin. He comments that the doctor really does live with Yuyin. The character is holding a book. They ask if someone really has a way to reverse the witch's transformation to an empty soul as described in the book. He closes his eyes, exhaling softly. He requests that she tell him the truth. He wonders if he needs to speak about Nix. A character thinks that he is not so reliable. Another character serves tea, placing cups on a tray. The character realizes that she is the one depicted in the picture. He stated, "Another failure." While holding a scalpel, she stood nearby, her back turned. A nun warns the doctor that the entire city is under martial law, and pursuing someone is extremely risky. He acknowledges that because of her, he has no other option. A month ago, the night sky was illuminated by a large, bright pink moon. For several months, young women have been disappearing in Mudo. The murderer responsible has not been caught. In the dimly lit room, an anxious woman holds a lantern. She appears to be sweating as she realizes that no one would suspect her to be the culprit in the kidnapping case. A nun from the Light Society is engaged in a struggle against Yuin, aiming to protect the country. In the scene, a person lying down pleads, "Save me." Above, another individual observes and comments, "Another failure." She expresses her desperation and fear, pleading for someone to save her. She repeatedly states her desire to live and begs for help. He tells her not to be so noisy, calling her a failure with a second skin. Her response echoes his sentiment, repeating, "So noisy." The text shows a syringe with purple liquid inserted into a pillow, creating a stain. A voice expresses confusion and frustration, questioning why another incident has occurred with urgency and concern. He is kneeling on the ground, holding his head, and exclaims, "Failure!" He reflects on his actions, thinking, "I clearly used the way they taught me." He questions whether it's truly impossible to proceed without a specific item. His frustration is evident as he expresses his thoughts. He focused silently, deep in thought. Meanwhile, she stood quietly in the background holding a lantern, observing him. He, wearing a lab coat, asked if the brat protecting Mudo didn't show up tonight. She, wearing a nun's habit, responded with no. He and she observe a piece of paper, while a cat steps on it. Nearby, someone mentions that there is some activity in the West District, although details are unclear. He holds a book and sits beside a white cat wearing a collar. The cat looks up at him, and he seems to be in deep thought. They appear to share a moment of understanding. He asks the cat to put its claws away while holding a pen. The cat looks at him with its claws out. He expresses frustration about always being the one to scout, while the other person relaxes doing homework. The second person mentions not wanting to fail and questions who authorized the ability to change form. He exclaims, realizing that someone has taken a photo of his New York, and questions the fellow about when the photo was taken. He mentions that the power given is too weak, only able to hypnotize ordinary people. He suggests that the person should also be unable to perceive her. He instructed to bring her to the city before she transforms into an empty soul. By doing so, they would definitely be able to draw out the brat. She was told that some urgency had to be considered. She is thinking about someone's concern for her, wondering if he is worried. She contemplates the importance of accurately estimating time, as failure to do so could result in death. Despite the situation, she concludes that it doesn't matter. He thinks that even if the other person doesn't look at him, it doesn't matter. He believes that by doing this, he'll be able to stay by his side. She agreed with a simple yes. He is determined, thinking, "Lilith, nothing must happen to you." He reflects on the difficulty of hypnotizing a nun from the Light Society. He accuses the other of being something already dead and insists that they should be underground. He felt a sudden shock and exclaimed, "Damn!" A character with blonde hair asks Nick-sama when they secretly took the picture, commenting that she's beautiful. He commands, "Don't touch my things. Give it back to me." He also reminds, "Don't forget to forget this." He, wearing glasses, is confronted by another in a white suit who points at him assertively. The one in the suit declares himself senior and insists that he be called Big Brother. The other responds with surprise. A person stands on a rooftop, cloaked and observing the night sky. A white bird flies above, communicating with the person by saying, "It's your turn to appear." She appears surprised, thinking, Mudo's guardian is actually a human guy? Despite the surprise, she reassures by saying, "I'm okay." He reflects that due to the doctor, he must prevent the person from uncovering the truth. A person notices a dropped book and picks it up. They call out, informing someone else that their book has been dropped. The character with the book questions what action to take, expressing concern about not having erased her memory. An owl is perched on their shoulder. Dr. holds a book. The cover features an illustration of a skeletal hand and text in white. He sits quietly, focusing on reading. An owl perches on his shoulder, listening intently. He expresses a hope that the book he's holding doesn't attract trouble. He or she is instructed to bring Nix to meet Dr. Zhou. He urgently suggests, faster. Meanwhile, she nervously mentions, "We need redrawers." He questions, expressing surprise and disbelief. "Lilith, why is it you?" He remarks that, despite being associated with the Light Society, she hasn't inquired about the magic of his body. He also mentions hearing from Dr. Zhou about people in the human world. A nun and a man discuss magical abilities. The nun mentions that certain people can harness the power of the moon. The characters discuss how it's not unusual to be able to use magic. The X-Killer League, also known as the Unknown Creature Killing Alliance, includes many people who can use magic. It is mentioned that some of them are even more powerful than Yuin. Kamyao hadn't informed him of something significant, and he was sure Nyx wouldn't have remembered it. He realized that the insidious guy did it intentionally. He observes the moon and reflects on its magic, wondering why he never noticed it before. He questioned whether the price paid for the city was truly worth it. He looks at her and asks, "Huh?" She contemplates, wondering if one day they will discover that the person secretly protecting them is a human using dark magic. She expresses concern, stating that they will be treated with the same fear they have for XKL and Yuin. She questions whether it is really worth it. He expresses his disinterest, saying he's not interested in doing this kind of thing. He acknowledges he has no other choice. He apologized, admitting he said something weird. She reassured him that it was all right. He reflected on meeting a strange person again. He is filled with hope and despair. He runs through the forest, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn, why is it you?" She wonders if it's hypnosis. He speculates about Dr. Zhou's power. Yui questions the presence of Dr. Zhou, asking what he plans to do. At this time, within a few kilometers from the forest, two individuals are sitting near a campfire. One expresses dissatisfaction, saying that sending an entire team for a missing girl in the district seems excessive, and suggests the boss is underestimating them. The character states that in addition to the Yu-in, there may be a Ji-in-ja. The character acknowledges, "That bastard finally appeared." A group of individuals stands in a forested area at night, all appearing to be on alert. He reflects on how he hasn't returned in a long time. He reflects on Dr. Zhou mentioning that he knew his father. He and she are considering that if the two are old friends, the house might contain clues left by their father. He hopes that his uncle saved all of his father's things. He accuses the other person, declaring his belief that they are hiding the room belonging to their troublesome brother. A woman confronts a man, expressing her frustration about his absence. She declares that she's fed up and announces that they are going to divorce the next day. The man, wearing a suit, listens to her. He and she stand together in the room. He tells her not to make trouble and to go home. He, appearing startled, wonders out loud, "What's happening?" It seems that he realizes he will soon need to take action or make a decision regarding the situation. Kamyao expresses that there is one thing he is particularly concerned about. He and she are sitting on a bench. He tells her that he met a strange person today who is not a Yu-in. She shares that this person gave her a feeling of familiarity and disgust. He asks with surprise, "Did you fight?" A female character expresses her brief desire to kill a male character, but says he ran away. He enthusiastically states, "I know that my queen is the best." She interrupts, urging him to be serious. He informs her that a team of XKL is heading to Mudo. He exclaimed in surprise, "That guy came!" "Ah!" He calls out, asking her to wait for him a bit. She looks back toward him. He asks about fleeing and is concerned about little Shi. He states that Ren Shi is a human and mentions that XKL will not take him. The Holy True Knight Order Council, known as the Order, is highlighted. It is described as one of the most powerful organizations on the mainland of Volnia. The Light Society is responsible for maintaining order on the continent and is affiliated with the XKL group. They are the only armed force capable of maintaining control. Light Bachelors focus on researching witches to eradicate them. The 12 Bachelor of Divinity serve as the leaders of the Light Bachelors and are known as the world's most intelligent group. He hopes that his father's notes contain information about Dr. Zhou. He is holding a book, intently searching through it. The text states, "There must be something." In the year 568 of the Manhwa calendar, he pursued a Bachelor of Divinity in Lomond due to a longing for the unknown world. During this time, he met Brother Zhou Wei. Because they were among the few Oriental-looking people in the Light Society, Master Zhou was especially caring towards him. Renchu and Yuyin, dressed in lab coats, are working at a laboratory counter. They are engaged in some kind of experiment or study. Meanwhile, another individual expresses disdain, regretting the decision to accept them as a disciple due to their perceived lack of basic knowledge. In the same year, due to his research, he discovered that the existing knowledge of Yuyin was inaccurate. As a result, he was expelled from his bachelor's program in divinity at Lomond. He acknowledges that he should properly let go of the pursuit of another world and fully accompany her. In the year 574 of the Manhwa calendar, a person decided to hand over the research to Brother Zhou to avoid distractions as little she was about to be born. This decision led to unexpectedly reaching the hidden goal on that day. A man in a white coat acknowledges that his brother was right about what he said before. Another man stands in the background, listening to him. Tin refers to the other person as younger or junior male schoolmate, indicating they're not real brothers. He notes that something is different from what they imagined. He tells his brother he can't take care of two people. He will take care of Yuyin, the male, and bring him home, while his brother is to take care of the female. He expressed his concern about not being able to bring other girls home because his wife just got pregnant. The other person responded with congratulations. The male character brought Yuyin home. Another man and woman are seen in the background. He thinks that it's no wonder his mother wasn't surprised by Nix at the time. He reflects that his father saved a Yuyin, and he also met Nix, considering it might not be a coincidence. He wonders if what he's experiencing is the legendary fate, while reading a book next to a lamp. He coughs and acknowledges that this is an important matter. He notes that the father's diary only records events until the death of a character named Yuyin. He believes that given the circumstances at the time, she should not be experiencing such a state of amnesia. He wonders if Dr. Zhou can reverse the transformation to void demons or help keep Yuyin's memories. He reflects on the idea that while focusing on his research, he cared about him as well. He then questions why he was hypnotized to bring Nix before, wondering if it's necessary to sacrifice another Yuyin to preserve one Yuyin's memory. He insists that he will never let them touch her. He needs Kamiao's help to disguise himself as Nix to see how it goes. He holds a phone to his ear and says, "Although it's dangerous, it will benefit the both of us." The man in the white jacket holds a phone with a frustrated expression. Another character comments with exasperation that someone didn't answer their phone at a crucial moment. He appears surprised and concerned, with Renshi calling. He asks why they aren't picking up the call. She observes silently. He comments, "He's only a human being after all. I have already played enough games with him." The character expresses uncertainty, saying, "But I still haven't." She seems to be in a state of contemplation. She states, "Loyal slave, and we already signed the contract." The male character tells the female character, "I can also be your faithful slave again." He tells her, "My queen, humans, and Yuyin cannot be bound. Some are just endless sorrow." He invites her to join him, saying that only he can give her eternity. She listens intently to his offer. Nix confidently asserts that their team can handle the small XXK team entirely, questioning why they would need to leave. He gently holds her hand. With determination in his eyes, he tells her, "We can't lose you anymore." She questions, is he really that important? While holding hands with another person, he looked at her and asked if she could be Nix. In the scene, a character expresses that another person is just her slave. She then experiences a strange feeling, prompting contemplation. He asks her, "What would happen if I don't go?" He kneels before her, declaring his unwavering commitment by saying he will fight for her until death. She stands before him, responding with a resolute statement that she will stay, then die. A character tells Kamael, "This is unlike yourself." While they sit together outdoors at night, he questions her, asking what she can do with just her own ability. He questions if he seems unreliable. She watches him as he reacts dramatically, spilling his drink in surprise. Zhou was informed by a figure in a cloak that the witch he was waiting for appeared unlikely to arrive. He informs her that she has a more important task now. He realizes that he can only go to Dr. Zhou's alone. He reflects on the situation, acknowledging that this time, things will be a bit difficult. He expresses delight, commenting on the exciting taste. She suddenly expressed a desire to eat strawberries. The other character offered to go buy some for her. Nyx is urged to wait as someone remarks that they look like a strawberry. He offered her a slave contract, saying, "You're a typesetter? I'll give you the slave contract too." She responded with a nonchalant, yeah, okay." The character in the white dress is walking among large flowers, surrounded by thorny vines. A voice accuses her, saying she is a failure and not the person she is supposed to be. He directs others to pour something into the city, describing it as a debt of blood from the Rotten Light Society that must be repaid. He insists that the people remember what they look like forever and wants comfortable humans to understand as well. He proclaims that the world is not as beautiful as they believe. A woman in a hooded cloak expresses her thoughts, hoping that their actions are not in vain. Nearby, a man looks downward thoughtfully. A person in a hat questions the other, asking why he let him go, while gripping his shirt tightly. He mentions that there is only one step left in his research and expresses his desire to try it regardless. He warns Nyx not to become overconfident with success, emphasizing that Nyx is not someone they can provoke. He advises behaving and completing the task, reassuring Nyx that help will be provided to find a solution. He asks if another individual doesn't want to revive their deceased wife. The revelation is made that all the Yu'in were originally humans. It is discovered that Dr. Zhou and Lilith are responsible for the disappearance of the girls over the past few months. He did not have the means to restore Yu Yin's memories. He holds a knife while observing the flowers. He thinks to himself that the girls are already dead bodies. After death, they were transformed into a pitiful appearance. A figure stands nearby, observing the scene. He is determined to prevent Dr. Zhou from taking them to the city. He announces, "From now on, if you want to cross over this place, you will be killed." He wields a weapon confidently. A voice states, "Oops, you really are worthy of being the son of Renchu's younger brother." Actually, who is coming out of the hypnosis. As he and she stand together under the night sky, they appear relaxed and engaged in conversation, surrounded by a peaceful atmosphere. Petals gently fall around them, adding to the calm setting. He questions if this is the method to help Yu'in recover their memories, holding a knife. A group is present in the background, observing. He speaks with determination, mentioning that they are using the lives of innocent girls. He states, "This is the price one must pay." He asks if the person in the portrait is his wife and suggests that he is doing this for her. He recalls meeting her when she saved a human child as a witch. Now he's accusing her of killing them. He chuckles and calls her a stinky brat, acknowledging that she seems to have done her homework and is preaching to him. He mentions Ren Shi, saying, "If there is a day, someone is asked what they would choose if they had to dispose of her to protect certain people." The character in a black cloak questions a man and woman standing opposite him, asking if they can really hide her for a lifetime. He observes the environment around him and declares understandingly, "This is the nature of mankind." His thoughts conclude that humans are inherently greedy and selfish. He expresses his excitement, saying he's really looking forward to it. He asks her what she will do because of love. He questions whether she will kill them without hesitation. In response, she suggests that he should understand, referring to those humans who lack understanding of ancient wisdom. He believes they will only live in the fake truth others have woven and won't do any thinking. He states that they aren't worthy of coexisting with Yu'in. The man in a lab coat enthusiastically invites Little Shi to join them. He expresses confidence that if Little Shi's father were still present, he would definitely understand his perspective. He came to the realization that Yu'in are not as evil as described and believes they should be regarded as a supreme existence. He proposes working together to purge Mudo. He wants to create a perfect heaven for Nyx and Milia, to enshrine and worship them. He states that everything they've done was to convince themselves of their own lies. Additionally, he accuses another of increasing the number of countless rumors. In a confined space, a girl expresses her strong desire not to stay imprisoned like the others around her. He notes that they and their copies are in a great hurry to reach Mudo. He warns that disturbing Nyx's sleep will be a problem. The other character reacts by calling him a naive brat. He is shown midair, poised with a knife in hand. He is capable of transforming into a void demon. He reflects on how, just like Cliff in the past, there are still dark elements lurking behind the city. Renshi appears prepared for a confrontation. He's addressed by another character who questions his ability to handle Yu Yin's power alone. He stands facing a creature with sharp teeth and a menacing gaze. A pink aura surrounds the creature. He reacts with surprise, exclaiming that something is impossible. He realizes the true meaning of a failed product and feels it's a real headache. He reflects on his reluctance to use his power. However, he acknowledges that today will present a challenge. He misses Ka Miao during moments like this. She faces several figures in white dresses. He is unaware that Nyx and Camel are among them. Mysterious energy or effects surround them. He didn't want to use the power and felt that today was going to be difficult. He thinks to himself, expressing how much he misses Ka Miao as he stands surrounded by swirling, colorful tendrils. She was unaware that Nyx and Camael were in another location. He holds her close, dressed in an ornate uniform. She, in a red dress, looks towards him, seemingly involved in a moment of intimacy. They both seem engrossed in each other's presence. The names Veda CCC and Hutal are associated with them, suggesting roles or creation credits. On the other side, She was unaware of the presence of a group, wearing uniforms and large hats walking together through a wooded area beneath a large evening sky. A bird flew overhead, drawing attention to the expanse above. A force from XKL has reached the border of the capital. Despite challenges, they ultimately arrive at their destination. He asks if she is really unable to let go of that human being. She instructs not to talk nonsense and asks where they have reached. He sneezes in response. He, wearing a mask, follows closely behind the woman. He thinks to himself that the people they are pursuing are just ahead. He feels relieved that their target has not shown up. She expresses her preference for She's appearance and values, having the other person's presence beside her. He and she stand together, looking ahead. She asks, "Are you so afraid of them?" He and she stand together as they observe Yu in welcoming them. The character comments, "Ayaya," expressing surprise. Following this, they remark, "Such a coincidence," suggesting an unexpected encounter or event. He wore a mask and a yellow and white jacket, standing next to her, who wore a black dress. He expressed surprise about being late in their conversation. The character with the hat expresses satisfaction, praising the speaker for their accuracy and mentioning the respected nature of the information. Another character listens without comment. He has been searching for the other individual for a long time. The person under the Pleiades is referred to as the fraudster. He wonders aloud how much time has passed, questioning if she has already forgotten about their boss. She addresses him as Sweetie and begins to say something. He responds with surprise, insisting, "No, it's not like that." The character in the black hat states that they are aware of the business, questioning how it can be a rumor. The other person listens silently. The figure in the black hat seems determined to address the issue directly. Someone with horns tells another person that it's not the time to discuss the past. They warn the other that if they leave Mudo now, they will survive. Yu-in is being addressed by another character who insists that the captain is speaking with him and that he should stop boasting. The speaker expresses a sentiment about someone who no longer wishes to live. He and she are discussing orders. The captain has commanded the man's live capture and the woman's execution. He and she walk together, casting long shadows on the ground. Nearby, several figures dressed in dark clothing watch them. One of the onlookers seems to question, "Huh? Are you looking down on me?" as they observe. He says to someone, "Kid, let's see how long you can persist with this human body." A character wearing a hat confidently states, "It wasn't easy to capture you, contractor." Another character questions, "Who are you?" Nix hears someone addressing them. A voice pleads for forgiveness, saying, "Lad, forgive me." The character expresses concern about dealing with Nix too boldly. They mention a team called KKL, who are fearless and should have already met with Nix. He acknowledges, saying, "All right," and adds that there's also a guy who changes form. A character wearing a top hat asks, "Who in the world are you?" He appears curious about the identity of another person. A character expresses that they will envy humanity only when they eat something. He and she are sitting on a couch. She is holding a snack bag while there are more snack bags on the table. He remarks that he thought only human beings would know what's good and what to eat. He mentions that several bags have already been eaten and asks if water is wanted. She expresses confidence, promising to reveal the charm of the comic strip. Yuin were misunderstood and not the demons people believe them to be. Only a few in the world are aware of the truth. The group in dark robes declares that the Yuin are the true dominators of the world. They revere the ever-present blood moon as the symbol of the Yuin god. 3 figures stand before a large red moon. Below, someone reflects, thinking that the ultimate destiny of humans is to serve the Yuin god. He is aware of this clearly. A thought crosses, expressing that one day they will also become true Yuins. The individual in the image states, "We are the guides for humanity to the truth." He expresses concern about Nix and the others, questioning what actions will be taken. Another person responds, stating that they provided the XKL with some information. Yuin has a minor conflict with the captain of the XKL. There is also mention of the missing girls from Mudo. He accuses them of using him, expressing his surprise and anger. He explains his connection, stating that he is a fellow apprentice of his father. The character in the hat remarks that, either because of their identity or due to the research they had, Renshi likely wouldn't want to miss it. Dr. Zhou stands beside a table where a figure lies covered. Another person, wearing a long coat and a hat, addresses him, saying he will never succeed like this. He mentions that someone is still missing a witch's core. In response, another person questions, "Witch's core?" He holds a damaged witch's core, examining it closely. He can no longer act as a prop to resurrect her wife. He and she discuss the importance of finding the protector of Volnia, revealing that doing so will lead them to a pure witch's core. He asks if, from the start, she made him search for the protector just to lure Renshi there. She clarifies that it wasn't for her to get the witch's core. Renshi, known for his character, is considered someone who would never expose Nix to danger. He expressed that if he came alone, XKL might have had a chance to stop Nix. She questioned the old man, accusing him of being crazy and daring to wish for Nix's witch's core. He expressed realization, asking if he had been the target from the beginning. He responds affirmatively with, yes. The statement continues, reflecting on the time with, whether it's the jealous guy at the time. While he extends his arms outward, he refers to the creation of many empty souls over the years, stating they were all made to train someone. He recalls Cousin Cliff from that time. The focus shifts to 2 individuals surrounded by a swirling, ribbon-like energy. 2 people are walking together. One of them mentions that the regression from a contract is accelerating. They express concern about needing to address the issue in time. He wonders if there is anything the others don't know, expressing concern over the extent of their knowledge, even regarding the contract. He mentions that compared to her importance, they have no choice. Another character reassures that Kamael is still there, and Nix might not even meet XKL. He and Kamael are involved in an interaction. Kamael seems to be listening intently. He tells her that her powers seem very different from his, as if she can use them innately. The character on the left speaks to the character on the right, stating, "You're not human. You're a Yuin, right?" The one being addressed remains silent. He states that there's no use concealing it any longer. He confirms his identity as Yuin. Yuin notes that as a male, His sense for magic is already extremely feeble. He questions if Yu Yin's male powers are truly weak. Another confirms that the destructive power known as the witch is associated solely with the female Yu Yin. Yu Yin hears that a human with a direct contract with the queen is actually stronger than the average male Yu Yin. He remarks, "Nowadays, we men are so inferior." The other character, with a thoughtful expression, adds, "Ha! But that can't be helped." Another character seems to continue the conversation by saying, "But," he expresses surprise at the honesty shown by a con artist. He states that it doesn't matter, as Nyx will eventually leave with him. He asserts that the other person would have found out anyway. He says, "To take her away, you must defeat me. With your abilities, can you do that, con artist?" He expresses uncertainty. He states that if he detects Nyx is in any danger, he will take her away as soon as possible. One character, dressed in a dark outfit, speaks to another character in a light-colored coat, saying, "Be a good pet dog." They stand on a rooftop under a large moon. He reflects on the situation and concludes that he should have taken Nyx away. He questions the importance of a human, asking if it's really significant. She replies, saying she promised little she. He and she stand together. He wears white with angel wings, and she wears a red dress with horns. They remain by each other's side, considering it their fate. He and she run together, holding hands. The text reflects that even as young children, she provided comfort to him. In a caring gesture, she places her hand on his head. In the years that followed, he continued to think deeply. He and she face each other. He appears to be reaching out as if offering help or comfort. The words express regret about not allowing her to leave alone. They stand beneath a large, ornate symbol. She stands with her back turned, allowing her long hair to flow behind her. She is deep in thought, wondering if everything will continue as it is now. The individual considers that if it were Camael, someone familiar beside her, Nyx would likely feel at ease too. He thinks to himself that his goal is to defeat everyone present. Meanwhile, a character refers to little she, instructing her that she is not allowed to leave. Another character expresses a plea, asking not to be left alone again. He tells her, "You are different from Camael." Her response is a silent moment, which he seems to interpret with a sense of urgency or realization, as he reacts with a decisive, "No." He thought to himself, acknowledging Nyx. He acknowledges the urgency to return to her side to prevent her from losing control completely. Yona and Phi mention their roles as cleaner and typesetter, respectively. They express gratitude for support on behalf of the Joki team. She reminds someone of a promise to accompany her for a whole day of play. He announces their goal for the day is to find that sweet taste. He comments on a girl's daring nature, noting that despite it being almost summer, she continues to eat a lot of sweet food without fear of gaining weight. A character observes someone nearby and wonders if the man next to her is her boyfriend. The observer thinks he looks handsome and loyal and expresses jealousy. He tells her, "I don't want to eat this anymore. You can have it." She stands nearby, holding flowers, as he offers her the food. He comments that the rice dumpling is nice with just the right sweetness. She asks what kind of taste he is trying to find. He and she are walking together. She says she doesn't really remember, but notes that it's not the same as these sweets. She considers something thoughtfully, noting that it has a soft touch and is also slippery. He wonders aloud if something soft and slippery could indicate a specific time. She stands beside him, seemingly lost in thought. He recalls an event from a few years ago, surprised that she still remembers it. She seems to be talking to him, expressing her thoughts. He believes he must be overthinking and overly aware. Meanwhile, she is pondering and thinks they have already experienced this situation before. He concludes it must be something she ate. He tells her that he doesn't know anything about sweetness. She expresses frustration, saying that despite trying many, none feel right. He observed the surroundings with a serious expression, as if contemplating the nature of the shifting dynamics mentioned. He believes that if it can really bring back her memories, it would be significant. She stands quietly, contemplating the possibility. He mentions that if she doesn't push him away, she calls out to Nix in response. She mentioned that the thing he is searching for is over here. Two customers express their desire for a specially made ice cream. The vendor assures them that the ice cream has an original sweet taste and promises that they will not be disappointed. In the scene, Binqua is with another character, each holding an ice cream. A girl with orange hair angrily confronts Binqua, calling him stupid and a dummy for not knowing how to read the mood. The blonde woman expresses her regret and apologizes for bothering both people in front of her. A white-haired man stands next to her, while a dark-haired man and woman listen. The woman mentions that her husband is a bit straightforward. She offers a seat at their store and adds that they will let the other person have it for free. She expresses her desire to try the dessert presented. He appears thoughtful as he reads, while she winks and smiles cheerfully, suggesting they relax because a particular taste can't be found in the shop. She expresses admiration, saying, "Alrighty, little sister, you have great insight." He is startled. She comments, "Although it's not that taste." In the scene, a character with long dark hair expresses enthusiasm, saying, "It's really delicious. You're so awesome." Meanwhile, another character with light hair comments with gratitude, "Thanks, Assel, as you like." The group seems to be enjoying a meal together. He feels relieved, thinking he was worried for nothing, as he adjusts his shirt in the kitchen. The girl exclaims to Binqua that this couple looks very cute. He tells her, "You're much cuter." She reflects on the thought, he's just a human. As she looks out from a high vantage point, observing the street below, she is drinking directly from a bottle. She considers him to be no different from all the passers-by. Camael provides the rum. A person mentions to her that the Countess said wine is beneficial and a good remedy for loneliness. He offers the wine, suggesting it will help her rest peacefully during the night. Someone calls another a liar, expressing displeasure with the taste of something. They are surrounded by items like chocolate and candy. The search for the right sweet taste continues as they seem frustrated. She finds it so irritating and wonders why she cares about him so much. The character wonders why they suddenly feel so lonely. A person reflects on the time before meeting him, considering they should be alone. He called out to Xiaoxi, reacting with a surprised expression. He tells her, "In the future, don't ever be away from me for so long." He promises he will never leave her. While holding her gently, the character reflects, stating that Xiaoxi said he will never leave her. He tells her, "So I can't be away from him for too long either." She listens quietly, looking at him. He appears contemplative, lost in thought. He then expresses his understanding, saying, all right, I understand," and places a hand on his forehead, indicating a moment of realization or frustration. NYNY, being persistent, prompts a response from the speaker. He remarks that she still relies on the same tricks and notes that there has been no improvement over the past few years. Captain Mark is being told that there hasn't been any improvement from him in the past few years. He is referred to as his boss's direct subordinate and is being criticized for becoming complacent. He said he would help teach a lesson. He moves swiftly, making a dramatic exit. Meanwhile, she comments on his lack of understanding regarding the situation. A figure cloaked in a black robe warns someone, referred to as Little Sweetling, to follow them back obediently. He advises that being more polite than the boss would be wise if she waits until the boss is present. He thinks, "You're dead meat," while she confidently declares he will never catch her and shouldn't even consider touching her hair. He expresses frustration, telling that there's no need to try so hard. He adds that someone was so scared they flew away quickly that day. The character suggests that if another individual uses their appearance and returns, the boss may let them live. The response to this suggestion is an outburst, expressing disbelief or disagreement. She is sitting and sipping from a cup. She thinks, "If I ever see that sadist again, I will tear him apart." She suggests that they should follow their boss back, as both of them are fighting and there is unnecessary delay. She thinks to herself that the situation is quite troublesome. He questions if resurrecting Miria and returning her memories were lies. A character in a coat is entangled by colorful, thorny vines. He shouts angrily, "Bastard!" He comments on her excessive talking, stating it's without end. He stands confidently, facing a menacing creature. He declares, "Villains die when they talk too much." He exclaims, "Aha, but now it looks like I'm the villain too," while confronting someone. He states that it's just a rotten witch core, but is surprised at its power. He is determined not to let Miria get tainted by anything. With resolve, he vows to bring Miria back to life, pleading for just a little longer. She expressed a desire not to cause harm and assured that as long as Nyx is brought to them, they will assist in securing her life. He was planning to get some information from the guide, but didn't expect them to act first. Someone is determined to reach her side as quickly as possible, driven by a sense of urgency. The couple is standing together. They seem to be posing, with the woman leaning slightly towards the man. They invite others to comment below for more chapters. He resolved to hurry to her side as quickly as possible. He faces a group of shadowy figures, surrounded by ethereal women in white dresses. He thinks to himself that the longer he battles there, the more unfavorable it is to Nyx. He expresses frustration, thinking, "Damn it, there's still so many." As he surveys the situation, he grips a dark gem tightly in his hand and demands that the younger person give up. He confidently declares, "You can't defeat me," standing with an assertive posture. He questions if it is the witch's core. He thinks to himself that this brat's strength is already as strong as a normal witch. He questions whether Nyx's strength is truly that frightening. He chuckles with amusement, thinking about how a witch's concern for a human will make control easier. He is determined to catch the brat, gripping a knife in his hand with purple thorns swirling around. He expresses surprise at the incredible speed once more, indicating a sense of awe or frustration. He is looking around, questioning, "Where?" repeatedly, showing signs of confusion or searching for something. He states that he never intended to defeat someone. He waves with a cheerful expression and says, "Bye-bye." He thinks he cannot waste his time there with him and must rush to Nyx's side right away. The character wonders if this could be what Camael mentioned earlier. He explains that the virtual spirit encountered in daily life is classified into 3 groups. A virtual spirit, described as ball-shaped, appears. He explains that the virtual spirit is extremely weak, formed by energy that humans do not utilize. He indicates that people usually break them unconsciously, but warns that due to a certain degree of attachment, they should not be taken lightly. The text refers to a virtual spirit that takes on a monster shape. He notes that this type of spirit is always a mystery and might even be man-made. She observes that it has the potential to destroy things, but it's not strong. She suggests it's suitable for training purposes. The monster-shaped virtual spirit remains present. A character explains that their laziness is not the reason for their actions. They emphasize the importance of remembering that a virtual spirit possesses special powers, with an unknown source of that power. They advise that if one encounters a virtual spirit that can control nature, they must immediately run. The character is speaking confidently, holding a pointer. He states, "With your strength now, you can't defeat them." He asked about the virtual spirit that is originally Yuin. He tells her, "That's not what you should know now." A person in a white coat points at another person with dark hair who looks unimpressed. The text reveals surprise, stating, "His power actually surprised me." He wonders if this is the level of virtual spirit that Camael mentioned. The character is addressing a professor, pointing out his biggest mistake. He claims the professor's error is choosing to join him in darkness. She is told by a man in a white coat that he has nowhere to escape. He speaks, expressing that there is nowhere to escape. He realizes he has no other choice and decides to escape by force. He and she, along with another individual, appear to be fleeing from something. They are surrounded by an intense atmosphere, with someone watching and planning to hide their presence in the darkness using a deathly stillness. He moved stealthily, resembling a ghost. Another person with glasses watched intently. Their hand reached out, surrounded by an aura of mystery. The text reads, silently, bringing an absolute death to the enemy. Below, there are two characters. Their status or role is not clear. Years of battle experience in the darkness have enabled him to adapt to places without light. The text highlights a powerful statement. No matter how strong your power is, two female characters are present, reflecting on the idea of strength. He holds a knife confidently. A message says that everything will be engulfed by darkness. A character asks the professor if they are done keeping up with their speed. He questioned the status, wondering if it was solely high speed, expressing a sense of frustration. He reflects on delivering a fatal blow. He stands with determination as he grips a colorful tail. Nearby, a creature watches intently. He then issues a command, declaring, "Now!" with urgency. He and she stand closely together. She is wearing a red top and he has a shirt and tie under a black sweater. A character confidently declares to Ren Shi that escape is impossible. He laughs loudly and asks the kid if the witch will track him by the scent of his blood. He tells her that she will be with him to be a sacrificial offering to Miria. A character silently prays, asking for divine blessing with the words, "Dear God, please bless us." The character, whose identity isn't specified, stands with a commanding presence. They demand forcefully, "Get out of my way." She recognizes the scent of his blood. He expresses anger, calling someone a bastard, and accuses them of acting behind his back. He insists that those actions are unnecessary. He feels an overwhelming pressure, much stronger than the kind even his boss possesses. He feels the pressure and concludes that she needs to be eliminated first. He declares with intensity, "Don't you dare think of leaving here." As the scene fills with movement and urgency, she experiences a strong dislike for this feeling. He and she are in a tense situation. There's a feeling of anxiety and fretfulness. Feathers are shown in motion, and there's a buzzing sound, suggesting urgency or disturbance. She stood with her hair flowing around, emanating an intense energy. There are buzzing sounds surrounding her. She seemed to convey a sense of anticipation, as if she were waiting for something. He declares that all of them just need to disappear. One which claims that witches tend to be quite arrogant. He says, "Then we will start from you." She says she just needs to remove them all. She noticed a curse mark on her face and questioned, "Why?" A person reacts with surprise and confusion, saying, "And what the hell are these?" They seem puzzled by something unusual happening nearby. The person observes something closely. It seems like they have made a realization or discovery. Nick's lost control just now for him. He hopes they won't need to use that thing. Another person comments, saying, "You're really desperate." He stands with a knife in his hand, while another person in a white coat observes him. The person in white acknowledges his efforts, saying he has worked hard too. He questions if the brat is challenging him and asserts that the brat will pay with his life. Nick stands with a smile while another person beside her appears annoyed, indicated by an angry expression. They both share a moment where Nick seems content, and the other person's frustration is evident. He refers to an entity responsible for her current condition, implying a significant transformation or impact. She has a determined and intense expression. He expresses joy, exclaiming that he has finally found something. Nix mentions that using a photo as a memory is great. The other character expresses concern, asking what if Nix forgets their relationship if only she appears in the picture. In the image, a phone is being used to take a selfie by raising the back camera and rotating it 180 degrees. A man and a woman are posing together for the photo. They are focusing on creating evidence with the photos. The characters discuss a 48 million pixels HD picture, mentioning that all details will be clear. A person directs the words, "You little brat," toward another character. He encourages another person to release their memories and burn their witch core. He states that as long as the witch core is weakened, he will be able to obtain it. He claims that his Miria will have eternal life. He reassures that it will be easier now. Someone accuses him of being the culprit in the case of the missing girls, questioning his role. They indicate another person nearby, suggesting they're causing trouble. XKL declares confidently that he will eliminate everyone present today. He observes the group and remarks, "Oh, so you're that little group that XKL dispatched here." He comments that his flowers need some fertilizer, showing a sly smile. He declares that their power and that of the witch will be taken by him. She reflects on the nature of humans, expressing that they are always so cruel. The instruction to attack Yuan with full power is given. Nyx is urged to stop their actions immediately. He yelled for the other person to return. He warned that continuing to use the curse mark would lead to death. He exclaimed that the sky was being cut. Another questioned if it was the blood moon. The group appeared concerned, observing the sky. Two individuals notice the unusual sky. One asks, "What's wrong with the sky?" while another expresses concern, saying, "Scary. Why is it blood red?" They both seem startled by the phenomenon. A young man and a woman are walking along a city street surrounded by tall buildings. The sky has a dramatic red glow. The young man thinks to himself, like, "It's bleeding." May is seen melting away, questioning, "Why is this happening? Why?" She appears distressed by the situation. She reassures the other person, promising to stay by their side even in the final moments. He realizes and states that the other person was never hypnotized. He observes the moon, questioning if it is the one that has lasted for hundreds of years. He reaches out his hand, but realizes it's not what he expected and remarks, "Looks like it's not." He acknowledges her presence with certainty. He believes he won't be able to complete the mission. He is already surrounded by pink energy, which seems to be emanating from below. He asks Lilith, "Since you know, why do you still?" She expresses a willingness to make sacrifices, stating, "You can sacrifice everything for her. I can do the same for you." She assured the professor of her unwavering support, stating, she will always stay by his side. He wonders aloud why he can't see her once again. He believes Kamael should also be alright. He assures her that proper sleep is essential for a lady. The countdown is approaching its end. Before going to sleep, he gently holds her. She looks at him with affection. He reassures her, promising, "I'll help you recover too." The character feels a sense of doom, thinking, "I'm done for." Before it concludes, he advises to pray at the last moment. He responds with HM. He gently holds her face and they share a kiss. He urgently tells her, "Don't forget me." He gently kisses her. The words "the next time" appear. She decides to take something as dessert before going to sleep. A character encourages others to leave comments for additional chapters. A person looks surprised and exclaims, "Nyx, you're awake." He announces excitedly that Nyx has woken up to the person holding a drink. He expresses great concern, saying, "I'm so worried about you." In the scene, someone asks Nyx if they still remember them. He confidently claims, "I know, right." She points out with surprise, "But you actually have my contract on you." She is surprised and exclaims that she has such a cute contractor. He listens to her with a slightly flustered expression. He asks if they still remember his name. A character with blonde hair smiles and looks at another character with black hair, who is frowning and exclaims, "Liar!" A third character with black hair and a small curl stands silently between them. The character who was called a liar responds with, "Don't want." He looks out thoughtfully, questioning, "Older sister?" He is frustrated and unable to remember anything. A character expresses that, despite a previous concern, they'll overlook it because another is so cute. She introduces Kamael, mentioning that she usually calls him Kamiao. Kamael is her childhood friend. The characters engage in a conversation. One character observes that it seems both individuals are already acquainted with each other. Another character confirms, suggesting they are more than acquainted. The character asks Kamael if something happened again and wants to know why they are there. Her memory is a bit fuzzy. He reassures NYNY by saying he will explain things slowly. He mentions he has class later and will go first. Nyx is advised to rest a little more after just waking up. Kamael is entrusted with the care of a female character. He thought that everything happened just as he expected. While he stands alone, another man and woman are together in the background, suggesting they are part of the situation he is considering. Their presence implies a connection to the events he anticipated. Nick still remembers the things between her and Camiel. She questions if the memories with Yuin are deeper. The text expresses a thought about Camiel's words. The speaker reflects that the person who could stay by her side forever will not be them. Two people, a man and a woman, stand together, while another figure stands slightly apart. He questions why they followed him there. He questions why Nyx wasn't allowed to rest for a while. In the conversation, one character mentions being the student council president and being very busy. Another character, Nyx, is mentioned as wanting to come and play. He keeps feeling that Nyx has become a little different from before. He saw the emblem of the Killer League with the skull symbol. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Completely annihilated?" The subordinate reports to the boss that the little squad they dispatched to Mudu was annihilated before entering the city. A man asserts that Mark is too inexperienced and not capable at all. He asks if there is any other information. In response, there is laughter, indicated by he. She informs that the information they left is that they've found the one he keeps thinking about, addressing him as Little Sui. A character, dressed in a uniform with a hat, stands surrounded by floating symbols. They express their intent to dissect someone if another word is spoken and then reattach them. He threatens to transform the other person into a tortoise and suggests stuffing them into an undesired place. A person with blue hair apologizes to their boss, saying, "Sorry, boss." The boss, wearing a dark uniform and hat, stands nearby, looking at the person who is speaking. He declares that he will immediately transform himself into a tortoise and offer it. She responds with disdain, instructing him to discard it. He asks Nyx if something is wrong and wonders if they are going to school together. He expresses his intention to go together with Kamiao later. She tells him to go first. A young person enthusiastically encourages a kid to go quickly, promising to bring someone there later. The character insists that Earl's Court is not a suitable place for relaxation and expresses disapproval of Nyx staying there. The character in white tells Ren Shi that he is no longer the young master. The atmosphere suggests a change in status or roles. Nyx just experienced a memory depletion. What she needs now is support. He is familiar with her and is expected to take care of her. He believes that Earl's Court is the best choice for her regarding daily life and safety. He stands in a room where several maids are present. He mentions that Nyx can get the best at his place. She doesn't enjoy having too many humans around. He reminds her not to forget that she's a human too. He tells her, "I can take care of her." While they have a conversation, he advised not to make promises that can't be kept. He appeared focused and mentioned being occupied with studying. He was communicating with virtual spirits while flirting with none incidentally. He questions whether she really took care of Nyx in the past few years. He says, "If you were by her side during that time, she wouldn't even meet that guy." He appears concerned about the past situation involving her. During that time, he felt reflective and introspective, leaning against the wall as he thought deeply. He reflects on how he neglected Nyx's feelings during that time. He suggests letting Nyx choose. The student council member is asked, "Why do you ask me?" but doesn't finish the question. The student seems to be considering a response. He insists emphatically, HM, you must." She finds it troublesome to move, reminding him of her promise to his mother to take care of him. He decides to continue staying at Ranshi's place. He expresses surprise with a soft Another character explains that someone doesn't have time to accompany them, mentioning that he was always busy with other things before. He offers to accompany the other person every day, just like they did when they were young. The young man questions whether he needs to take care of someone. The young woman listens intently while seated at a desk. Two characters, a woman and a blonde-haired person, discuss a boy who is present. The blonde-haired person comments that the boy is no longer a kid and mentions that the woman has fulfilled her promise to the boy's mother. They point out the boy's height, saying, "Look, he's already this tall." She invites someone to her house, mentioning there are many things to play with and plenty of delicious food to enjoy. He expresses surprise and decides to visit the other person's place. He wonders about the last time he felt so lonely, showing deep contemplation and introspection. He almost can't remember clearly. Ever since meeting Nyx every day and every night, he reflects on his need for company, realizing it's actually himself who desires it. The character reflects on a sensation that has resurfaced, acknowledging it remains challenging to handle. At that time, Nyx experienced this alone. In response, there is an exclamation of surprise. Ah! He thought that as long as he kept fighting for her and kept getting stronger, it would be enough. He thinks that she can live peacefully until they find a way to bring back her memories. He neglected her feelings and allowed her to get caught in that kind of situation. He wonders about his significance to her, questioning his value if he remains the way he is. He remarks that the other person's luck must be bad because they met him when he's in a bad mood. He stood on a higher level of a building, speaking to someone below. He questioned whether they were turning their grief into strength. He suggests that the other person should accompany her properly since they brought her over. He mentions that they have been childhood friends for a long time and expresses confidence that he doesn't need her guidance. He warns that if he discovers someone making Nyx even a little unhappy, he will bring her back immediately. He playfully teases by sticking out his tongue and stretching his eyes with his fingers. He comments that she isn't familiar with him now, adding a playful "Naya Naya Naya." A character stands determined. They declare, "Contractor, I will never leave Nyx to you again. Your presence is too dangerous for her." In the gathering, one of the characters holds a glass of wine and is engaged in a toast with another person. He is accompanied by a woman standing beside him. Despite the lively atmosphere, there is a lingering question in his mind. It's so lively here, but why? She is feeling down and reflects on the sensation. Holding a glass of liqueur, she thinks she's experienced this feeling before. The woman with long hair addresses NYNY, saying that the banquet is specially made. The other person, perhaps NYNY, listens intently while seated nearby. He expresses that it's nothing and mentions they haven't played together since they grew up. Now that they are reunited, he is happy. He tells her, "I still need to tell you, I'm sorry." She responds, admitting, "I shouldn't have let you run away alone that day." She mentioned that she doesn't remember what happened, but she feels happy right now. She expresses that she feels there's something important she can't remember. An unnamed character is delighted, commenting that NYNY has become very cute at the moment. Camael hears from someone that the Count has arrived. He mentions liking the Queen from before. A person informs another character that the Count is present and is asking for them. The character seems surprised and attentive to the message. NYNY promises to return quickly. Two attendants urge the young master to follow them, calling repeatedly for him to come. She expresses a strong desire to see him. Haya informs Honorable Lord Yu-in that his friend has run away. He suggests becoming a loyal friend, stating that if she doesn't mind his human identity, they can form a friendship. He thinks to himself that he needs to go back to rest earlier today, reflecting on a realization or decision. He thinks about going back, realizing she is not there anymore. He feels uncomfortable and questions if he was affected by an illusion of a virtual spirit. Renshi is flushing with visible emotions. Another character asks, "Renshi, what's wrong?" indicating concern for her well-being. He thinks to himself that it must be a hallucination, perplexed by the presence of someone named Nyx. He believes it's a hallucination and decides it should be fine if he lies down for a while, just a while. He gently rests his forehead against someone's head, showing concern. He asks if the other person is all right. He exclaims, feeling the heat, and questions, "Wah! What's wrong? Why is it so hot?" He asked, "Why did you come back?" She responded hesitantly with, A person apologizes to Nyx, expressing regret for not taking care of them properly and not considering their feelings. He thinks about the countless words he wishes to express, but hasn't been able to share yet. She appears surprised and speechless. She then says, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. She expressed that she doesn't recall what he is saying at the moment. However, she added that if she were to remember, she would still choose to forgive him. He requests her, "Can you please don't go?" as he remains close to her, conveying a sense of urgency and emotion. She listens attentively. He advises not to go to Camael, urging her to stay by his side. She is filled with anxiety, repeatedly asking herself, "What should I do? What should I do?" He wonders how he used to get along with him like this in the past. In the image, he expresses that there is something he's always wanted to say to her over the years. Nix acknowledges that since this is just a hallucination, events may not be as they seem. The characters express that it doesn't matter what actions they take. In a battle with a virtual spirit to defend the city, a character is seen confronting Renshi, accusing them of being a little brat and questioning why they are running. Renshi is depicted moving away, with a low power indicator above. He believes she can fly and transform on her own, encouraging her to do it alone. He asks Nix why she is there. Nix is warned to be cautious as a sound of gulping is heard. He tells Nix Wanisan that she needs to stay behind his back. He insists that someone stays away from Nix, expressing his anger and protectiveness. She expresses a need to return to Camael House. She suddenly raises her hands defensively, seemingly surprised or alarmed by his approach. Meanwhile, he appears to be stepping towards her, possibly trying to communicate or address a situation. A speech bubble signifies surprise or emphasis as someone exclaims, You take care." She, smiling warmly, instructs him to take care of himself. He listens attentively. He lowers his head, seemingly deep in thought. A voice advises him not to overthink. He is lying down, eyes closed. He prepares to leave, thinking, he can't stay here any longer. He or she expresses a strong desire not to leave again if they decide to stay. He saw something and exclaimed, "Virtual spirit," with surprise. He sits up in bed, looking concerned. He asks, "Where's the virtual spirit?" He reads a note with surprise and questions if last night could really involve Nix. She thinks to herself, "I'm doomed," while standing near a bookshelf. Nearby, a blonde-haired person is present. He forgets what he said the previous night and seems surprised at this realization. He felt distressed as he noticed that she didn't want to look at him anymore. He observed that she avoided his eyes very directly. He wonders if she is starting to hate him. He wonders, "What should I do?" reflecting uncertainty and pondering his next move. He wonders what he should do and how to explain the situation to her. He thought it wasn't her yesterday. He appears distressed, holding his head in his hand, exclaiming, "No, no." He expresses confusion, realizing his thoughts are focused on her. He looks over, surprised by the situation unfolding around him. She sits beside him, appearing focused on the discussion at hand. She wonders if he is still staring and silently pleads for him to stop. She is overwhelmed and exclaims that she cannot look at him. She appears distressed by his presence. She wonders if her face is red at that moment. He notices bare feet on the floor and asks, "Did you just go?" The character speaks, saying they will return to their room first. A second character with long hair walks away, as the first character watches. A person with light hair questions someone sitting at a desk, asking what they did to Nix last night. The person at the desk appears to be focused on a book or papers. He wonders what to do and considers apologizing to her and asking for forgiveness. He suggests asking Kamiao about his face. He asserts confidently that he will speak first. She is confronted by another character who demands to know what he did to Nix last night. He addresses the group, expressing disbelief that she revealed everything to Camael. She seems nervous or upset about the situation. He understood that she was angry with him, which is why she allowed Camael to scold him. He apologizes to Nix, expressing regret. A character exclaims, "President Camael," as another bangs into a room, grabbing the attention of those present. A person informs the president about the ghost story activity scheduled for tonight. They hold a flyer titled Summer Ghost Chat. A cat with a lit candle is shown. A girl invites the president to join them, smiling as she speaks. Renshi and Nix can come together. It will be interesting. He needs to send Nix home tonight without delay. He expresses that he doesn't want to let them stay together again. She stands next to him. A person asks if he is not accompanying his younger brother. Another responds with a surprised, "Huh." A character expresses concern by stating they are not part of the student council. Nearby, two individuals are holding papers, indicating involvement in a group activity. He felt frightened and suggested they stop where they were. Jill asks if it's someone's hand on her head. They express fear, saying, "It's too scary." Ja-mei couldn't bring himself to tell her. Meanwhile, he has a shiny hairline. A person with a bear mask is searching for the source of a sound, wondering aloud, where is it coming from? He wonders aloud about what is on his head, expressing surprise and curiosity. She feels uncertain, yet experiences a strong sense of security when by his side. He asks if she knows what he wants. The character addresses the president, expressing that they were startled. They suggest that the president should join them. He thinks it should be President Drank. He wondered if the mirror was real or fake. He mentioned that the story is probably fake, mainly intended to scare students so they don't wander around school at night. He comments that young Master Ren she should have seen more of these things and expresses that it's not strange, even if it's real. Two people are having a conversation. One tells the other, "Stupid, you will scare her." In response, someone exclaims, It's real? It's so scary." In the image, a character wearing a white robe and hat stands with arms crossed, facing two others. The robed character tells them, "Don't listen to his nonsense. It's fine." He exclaimed that he found it. He stands in front of a large ornate mirror, stating confidently, "This should be it." In the shadows, a mysterious hand reaches out, suggesting someone or something else is present. In the morning at Earl's Court, the day begins as the scene unfolds. The view showcases a large house with multiple windows and a balcony. Below, a person is seen resting, their eyes partially visible. She reflects on a moment when she felt very secure. He reassures her, saying not to be scared and that he's there with her. She is lying in bed, looking thoughtful. She wonders why she feels so nervous, considering that he is just a human. He is curious about what was said that night. As he gazes intently into her eyes, she realizes she didn't actually hear what he just said. A cat meows. The blonde-haired character asks, "What is it and when why?" While placing an arm around Mwy, who is sitting next to him. Renshi he asked about someone's feelings toward him. Another person nearby responded with "Kamiao." "You say?" He expresses emphatically that he feels nothing and doesn't have any feelings about the person he's speaking to. The man explains to the woman that he thinks of her as an older sister and points out that she is just their family's daughter in name only. He asks her, "Then, what about you?" Yuan confidently asserts her uniqueness to the person standing nearby. He mentions that he has been with Kamiao since they were young. She explains that he regards her as both his older sister and master. He responds by saying he simply follows her orders. She feels more relaxed beside Kamiel, without feeling nervous. The second person tells her that she should feel the same way, mentioning that he has a contract which made him her guardian. He declared his intentions to become a servant voluntarily. She appears thoughtful, pondering over the question, "Does human and Yuan?" The person wonders who initially told them something. Another character advises them to distance themselves from humans and not let them get near. She can't remember. She finds it really annoying and expresses frustration about not asking him directly. A woman is sitting on a couch, questioning how a man feels about her. She then exclaims, "Wait!" He exclaims, "No!" Yuan insists, "I can't. I'm the noble Yuan. How can I simply ask this kind of things?" She thinks to herself that since he's her covenanter, he will protect her no matter the danger. She just needs him to do so. He carries her in his arms. She reflects that he created an accident to rescue her. He thinks to himself that asking during such an atmosphere shouldn't be too abrupt. He calls out, "Enwen, why are you done?" while standing casually with one hand in his pocket. He is waiting in the hallway, and she assures him, almost I will come in a sec. He or she heard that someone made a wish again yesterday. As they walk outside, a group of individuals expresses surprise. One of them exclaims disbelief, noting with some amusement that there is actually someone who dares. She expresses that she is envious and wishes she could be as daring, but admits she doesn't dare to go. He and she exchange intense glances. Their expressions convey tension, suggesting an important moment is occurring. Runshi is asked, "When did you get here?" The person is also asked where they are going in a hurry. He mentions that he is just passing by and is on his way to the student council. He asks if he is meeting with his sister. The other confirms with a simple yeah. He tells them to go now, saying goodbye. They respond by telling him to have fun as they part ways. She wonders aloud if something is wrong or if the virtual spirit in the school is increasing. He is at school, reflecting that since Nix has gone to Camael Place, he can only see her there. He realizes he needs to pay more attention. He hears footsteps outside the window. He thinks they should be at the student council room at this time. The character wonders aloud, questioning why a certain person suddenly appeared. She is trying to figure out how to create an excuse. She decides to ask him. He confidently thinks that, with his perfect body, Ning Ning will definitely like him. He enjoys a refreshing moment and expresses his delight by exclaiming, "Ah, it feels great." He is sitting on a toilet, feeling something unusual. He wonders, what's this feeling? He shouts, "Ah, save me," with a panicked expression. Meanwhile, she watches him from the doorway, curious about the commotion. He opens the door to the restroom, exclaiming urgently for help after being licked. A person stands in the hallway wearing dark clothing, observing someone in another room. The person in the room, surprised, asks, "Who did it?" The person in the white shirt confronts the person in the suit, asking if they licked them. The person in the suit denies it, suggesting the person in the white shirt must be jealous of their buttocks. He appears to be scolding or confronting her, stating with surprise, "Are you crazy? You must have hit your head while working out." He questions if the person is some kind of pervert. He suggests to the others around him that they should leave because he could be a pervert. He is frustrated and emphatically states that he already told you. He is expressing frustration, asking why nobody believes him. He turns toward her and asks, "What are you looking at?" She stands facing him silently. He runs away, questioning, "You don't believe me?" She looks surprised and says, "Huh." Two figures are walking briskly. One of them thinks, "Great, an opportunity, and now's my chance." Indicating a moment of excitement or anticipation, he randomly attacks a girl. He asks Nix if she is all right. He and she express confusion, with one of them asking, "Ah? What busybody?" He appears surprised and says, "No, you heard wrong," while facing her. She expresses her happiness, saying she's glad they are there. He hears a thumping sound and thinks it doesn't matter if she's forgotten him. She feels her heart pounding as she notices his expression. He looks at her with an intensity that makes her wonder about its meaning. He expresses his gratitude, saying, "Really, thank you for helping just now, little sister." The girl with twin tails stands in front of him, facing away, while another girl stands next to him. She is upset and demands to know who is calling her little sister, expressing her annoyance by calling the other person a damn brat. The health instructor who joined today is present. She is wearing a white coat and introducing herself. He wonders about the identity of the kid. She demands to know what he is staring at and instructs him to return to his class immediately. He is surprised, realizing that someone noticed his movement just now. A guy notices someone rushing out. He observes that the person's shadow is missing in the next section. She wondered if she had seen incorrectly as she noticed two people walking away together. He respects Nix's decision to stay at her place, noting that he can still see her. He questions another person's ability to ensure a woman's usual safety. There is a focus on hands, indicating a possible exchange of reassurance or agreement. He states his intention to bring her back to his side. He accuses the other person of being the biggest danger to her. She is thinking about safety and protection. She questions if that's what they are focused on. The character on the left is expressing frustration, exclaiming, "Thinking," with emphasis. The other two characters, a girl and a boy, listen to him. The girl firmly states, "I don't need any of you to protect," asserting her independence. A full moon hangs in the night sky outside the window. There is a knocking sound. There is a knocking sound at a door. A knocking sound is heard. A voice encourages, "Come out, don't be scared." He invites someone to come out. He assures them that he won't do anything to them while laughing mischievously. He hears a knock on the door and responds with exasperation, expressing frustration through a series of symbols. The character hears a thud. He is tasked by his boss to find the source of the energy. She finds it suspicious that the virtual spirit has been appearing so frequently in the school recently, noting that it's quite a trouble. He suggests that it's better to observe for a little longer. He is questioned about who settled the matter. He stands quietly, ensuring his presence is undetectable. He posted a document titled St. Adrian College Sports Festival Proposal on a bulletin board. She felt uneasy and seemed to be reflecting on an impulsive decision. The young man expresses his frustration, stating that he no longer disciplines Kamiao as he did when Kamiao was younger. The woman sits nearby, listening to him. The character is concerned, wondering if she will think she is a very violent woman. Kamiao is right. He considers her to be his master, which is why he only cares about her safety. A character reflects on the nature of humans, expressing the belief that the more innocent a person appears, the more dangerous they can be. Yuan believes she can never be friends with humans. Another person questions if what she's saying is true. He asks Enwenwei, "What's wrong?" As she looks down, she glances down thoughtfully. She recalls someone. She said that Yuan and humans will never be friends. He asked if it was true. She expressed that thinking of her makes her feel sad. He seems thoughtful, pondering the possibility. He referred to someone as just an old acquaintance. He declared that he was never worthy to be friends with Yuan. He stands in front of the bookshelf and confidently declares, "I know what you're thinking." Renshi, he is obliged to act in accordance with the contract for his entire life to serve another person. He says, "We have our own lifespan." He expresses a desire to become human, which surprises her. Nix is being questioned about their awareness of their own words. He expresses frustration by saying, "What the hell?" while questioning if the other person understands music. The guitarist, Shlo, sits with a thoughtful expression. He seems concerned and reflects on the situation, noting that if things continue as they are, they might not even make it. He believes they need to find a suitable keyboard player when the competition begins. She thinks the skill of the guy they just heard is still acceptable. Soon, identified as the drummer, expresses disinterest, stating they don't need a musical robot that lacks emotion. He knocks on the door. She says, "Excuse me." He asks if they are still in need of a keyboard player. A girl confidently says, "Not anymore," as she sits with a determined expression. In the background, a boy stands near the doorway, observing the situation. He insists, "You can leave." She pleads, "Please give me a chance." The character expresses admiration, saying they've been a fan for a long time and have always enjoyed listening to the other's music. He or she attempts to hush someone. Two characters react with surprise, questioning if they are considered old. She expresses her curiosity, wanting to find out which stinky brat is being referred to. He asks her if she plays piano. She responds that she knows a little, but implies there's more to the story. A woman is instructing another to go and try it, indicating she wants action instead of conversation. He stands at the bus stop, contemplating if he is still not capable enough. She holds a phone up to her ear and says, "You go back first." He wonders if the gap between their band and himself is too large. He asked if she wasn't leaving yet. She greeted him with a cheerful hi, while standing close behind him. A person notices another and says, "Ah, it's you." They mention that they are waiting for the bus. He reassures her, telling her not to be too sad because she is already very excellent. She believes Nyx is scared of getting betrayed again, so she decides not to let him stay. She was just betrayed by her relative and is reacting to the situation. He remains silent. She waves and says, "Bye, take care," as she leaves. As a car takes off, a character sitting inside asks, "Why apologize?" He and she are sitting in a car. She asks, "Did I make you disappointed?" He and she sit in a car. She says, "Wait a sec." She searches for something inside the car. He hands something over and instructs the other person to dry themselves. He appears thoughtful and wipes sweat from his face. He wears a black choker with a red pendant. A caption suggests he will change into something later. The character is contemplating or thinking about men's clothing. He holds a piece of clothing, asking if it's the other person's boyfriend's clothes. She looks at the clothing with interest. She expresses frustration, saying the issue is due to her stupid brother. He asked about the keyboard player who left. She responded with a humph. He and she discuss someone pursuing their love. He expresses that he doesn't mind the pursuit. She is holding a steering wheel. Despite having worked together for years, he chose to leave their band and join others for practice. She feels it's happening at the most crucial time. She can't forgive him. He assures them that he will never leave their side. He wonders what she is trying to do, questioning if she might have been moved by him, though he finds it hard to believe. She tells him that she remembers him. She recalls the other person. He stands with tears in his eyes, recalling someone who would always watch them from under the stage every year. He finishes tying up something and says, "This looks much better." She looks up at him. He expresses his feelings, saying he loves her always. He expresses that from the first time he met her, he has always felt the same. From tomorrow onwards, he or she is instructed to attend the training group on time. During that summer, upon watching her performance for the first time, she made a lasting impression on him. From that day onwards, he never missed any of her performances. That summer, he noticed such clear eyes in the crowd for the first time. A young boy looks upward, his attention focused. From that moment on, he discovers the ability to pick someone out from the crowd with just a glance. He states that he will be present even more every summer for her. He sits in the car, looking content. Reflected in his thoughts, he realizes that from now onwards, he will be even more present in her every summer. She acknowledges that she doesn't remember much. She feels really tired. He constantly fights and runs by instinct according to his memory. He and she share a moment reflecting on a memory. Despite the memory being fuzzy, they recognize that the feeling is genuine and real. The character thinks they must have a great time these past few years. He tells her, "You forgot too much already. Everything in front of you now won't last long." While holding her hand, she listens intently. Two characters have a conversation. One states that they have their own lifespan. The other emphasizes that they can't always focus on those things because there is something even more important to do. The setting is at the Student Health Service. There is no indication of any character actions or dialogue to describe. He inquires about the investigation in Mudu. She, a doctor or medical professional, sits on a counter, listening attentively. She mentions that, based on her observations, the source of the energy might be in the school. He expresses determination to enter the school, believing it won't be long before he discovers the main body of the energy. Another person acknowledges this with approval, responding, "Good." He expresses surprise. She assures everyone confidently, stating that if she finds him, she will catch him firsthand. An individual wearing a hooded cloak warns someone not to be presumptuous just because they are thousands of miles away. They assertively remind another person that they want a particular individual alive. She assures that she will definitely help to find him. She examines the skeletal hand and says she can't guarantee he's alive if he met her. A loud boom sound is heard in the background. Virtual Spirit sat cross-legged on a shelf, observing the surroundings. She reflects, unconsciously, "I've come here once again." She notices that he hasn't gone to school yet. A character questions another, asking why they are there and implying they should be somewhere else. He thought about attending school with Kamael. She mentioned that she had a fight with him. A person suggests to another, "Want to come up and take a rest?" He and she stand together, engaged in conversation. She seems surprised, and he mentions that there are other visitors in her house. He mentions that he is accustomed to preparing 2 sets of breakfast every day. He smiles warmly and responds with enthusiasm, saying, "Of course." She thinks, "Such a familiar taste." He asks her, "Do you remember anything?" She looks at him, listening intently. She thinks to herself, feeling a sense of familiarity with a taste she encounters. She asks if the food he cooks is always this delicious. He responds with amusement. He mentioned it's nothing special and invited her to come and eat anytime if she liked it. She thought about how he might forget specific things, acknowledging his offer. He offers to make another coffee. She is reminded of her feelings towards certain things. He holds a cup, contemplating. He concludes that he can't make a decision yet. She stood in the kitchen, appearing hesitant as she looked at Ren. She faced away from her, standing at the counter. She asks if she has any other friends, aside from the person addressed and Kamael. He observes quietly, not saying anything, while she stands silently, lost in thought. He touches his neck with a concerned expression. He thinks, "It seems like you don't." He stands next to a chair, looking at her. She listens attentively. He thinks to himself, acknowledging that she usually excludes herself from humans. He asks why she suddenly brought up the question. He expresses a sudden desire to be friends with humans. The reaction is one of surprise or shock. Ever since Nix's personality changed significantly, many boys at her school began confessing their admiration for her. He is surprised and starts sweating. He thinks to himself, questioning whether she could have fallen for someone. She lies in bed, appearing deep in thought and wanting to understand what happened between her and him. She puts on a sneaker, preparing to take a walk in the city. She seeks to cheer up and find a change of atmosphere. She considers the possibility that she might actually remember something. He thinks to himself that he really wants to see Nix as he walks along the street. He recalls this as the place where he first met her. In a moment of realization, he recognizes, it's him, her. He kneels in front of her, placing a ring on her finger. She looks at him with anticipation, feeling that this is the moment she has been waiting for. A character expresses a desire to become friends with humans, feeling a sudden urge to connect with them. Another character reacts with confusion and surprise. Nix's personality has changed significantly. Many boys at school who admire her began to confess their feelings to her. He wondered in disbelief if she could have fallen for someone. She states that she just wants to confirm something. Yuan expresses that she and humans can truly be friends. He admires her and asks if she could lend him some of her time. He and she stand together. One of them expresses surprise, saying, I. There is a sound effect indicating a sudden noise or movement. A girl stands in front, looking forward. Two voices exclaim, "Stay away from her." As the school sports festival is approaching, he suggests they use it as an opportunity to improve their relationship with other students. She advises him to be extra careful with boys. He mentions that when boys reach a certain age, they may develop bad intentions when they get close to others. The character in the top panel gestures with their hand while the character in the bottom panel questions, "Bad intentions? Why?" He suggests that they should avoid unnecessary trouble and be more careful. Another individual remarks that it's typical advice from a guardian's perspective. One character thinks to herself about how cute another character currently is. She then enthusiastically suggests they go. She does not know why, but the time with him feels really precious. He enthusiastically declares that today's goal is to help Nix make some friends. Nix responds with an excited "Whoa!" showing her enthusiasm. He and she express a desire for this moment to continue indefinitely. There is a sports field, where people are gathered, seen from above. He notices the time displayed as 9.58 seconds and questions if he read it incorrectly. At their school, there's someone who has achieved a record matching the world record. A person is seen pole vaulting high over the bar, setting another new record. He wonders why the mirror couldn't make him a little stronger, expressing his frustration. He questions whether it is merely pushing human talent to the limit. He walks confidently, wearing shorts while she stands nearby, observing him from behind a tree. The text suggests a disdainful opinion about a trash virtual spirit. She thinks, but she can't let it be so presumptuous. If by today that guy still hasn't shown up, she decides she will break the mirror into pieces. He and she feel an immense jealousy. A person, possibly a woman, is wearing a black robe and stands near a painting or mirror. She pleads urgently, saying, "I beg you." She pleads urgently, asking to be let go. She says with a smile, "No, this is not what you wish for just now." The text reads, "Your wish and SFX, immovable." He or she seems unable to move, indicated by the text. A voice promises assistance in granting a wish. A character in a hood reacts with surprise and curiosity. She exclaimed in distress, "No, I don't want it anymore." A student greets others, saying, "Hi, student, nice to meet you," while standing outside a large building. She raises her hand and appears to be speaking. She seems to be questioning what is wrong with her siblings today and notes that their behavior is not usual for them. A group is walking together, and one of them greets with enthusiasm, saying, "Hello, student, nice to meet you." They all seem cheerful. Another person comments on the situation, suggesting they leave quickly because it feels awkward and out of their usual style. Two characters are walking together. One of them is speaking, saying, "Is already good enough, isn't it?" They are dressed in similar attire, possibly uniforms, and are outside near a building. He asks if this will really help them make some friends. He and she are talking together. Below, a character reads, "From what I read, to make friends you have to show some sign of being friendly with others." He questions if their signal might not be strong enough with just their smile. He and she are in a confrontation. She expresses anger and demands to know what he is doing. The character with lighter hair exclaims to the person with darker hair, criticizing them for what they are teaching Nix to do. Kamiao tells another character and Xiaoxi that she is the one who asked Xiaoxi to teach her how to make friends. She questions forcefully, demanding to know who denied her permission. The blonde character laughed loudly and questioned the idea of making friends. The dark-haired character appeared a bit unsure, while the girl with long hair seemed puzzled by the interaction. He asks if they've made friends before and if they know how to become friends with others. He seems surprised and incredulous, exclaiming, You mean that you have friends?" He confirms, "Of course," while appearing slightly apprehensive. He questions the other character's authority to teach him a lesson. She responds with a scoff, stating that at least she wouldn't let Nick stand around like an idiot. He asks, "Are you two going to?" While observing the situation, he called the other person a stinky brat and mentioned that they might not realize how their actions could affect Nix. Despite this, he insisted that he couldn't allow them to continue any longer. Below, another voice exclaimed and demanded to be let go. He looks at her with concern while she appears surprised. He thinks about what she should do, which is to avoid these kinds of reckless actions. He confidently asserts that she doesn't need any human beside her, especially the other person present. He expresses disagreement by saying he doesn't agree. He agrees to a challenge and says, "Fine, let's compete." He confidently claims that winning a gold medal today is assured. She responds with enthusiasm, saying, "All right." A character exclaims that the two guys are too overpowering. Another character mentions that student Ren she looks elegant and notes that he was also great in sports. Two individuals stand on a track, both wearing medals around their necks. One of them, with a confident posture, comments that the president is handsome. Someone is expressing admiration, thinking, "So handsome just now," and observing, "Looks like." A girl with curly hair stands by the window and comments playfully, "Someone can't stand it anymore." He stands in the center, surrounded by shadowy figures. He signals them to approach, saying he wants to see how strong they are. He questions if this is the virtual spirit as he walks through a hallway. He plans to lure out the main body of an energy source. He intends to eliminate both opponents at once. The show is starting. The blonde character accuses the dark-haired character of cheating by using the strength of a curse mark. She questions Mr. Yuan, accusing him of using it first. He responds with a dismissive humph. The boy with black hair asks, "What happened?" He seems concerned while looking at the person in front of him. A girl with long hair stands silently in the background, observing the situation. He and she are standing on the road, surrounded by people lying on the ground. One of them asks, "Why is everyone on the ground?" Yuan is not absorbed by the mirror of singularity. She stands confidently in front of a grand building, her coat billowing around her as shadows rise dramatically from the ground. She thinks to herself, determined to finish with the two below her first. She is mentioned in a communication, and someone is calling out, looking for Ren Shi with a playful "Kamiao." They are asking about Ren Shi's location. Nix hears someone calling and responds with surprise. He looks upwards and asks if the person can hear him. Another voice identifies themselves as Kamiel and confirms their presence with Nix. She is lying down and seems confused. She mentions hearing sounds and wonders where someone is, noting that she can't see anything. He speaks to her, asking if she is there. She appears upset, sitting down with her head lowered. Nix is kneeling down with her hands on the ground. A voice below her says, "Cough. Nix, I'm under you." She wonders if she's looking at a one-way mirror since the other person couldn't see her. Another person is surprised and asks which floor she is under. He urgently calls out, "No, no, no. I mean, I'm underneath the floor where you're at." He instructs her to listen carefully and emphasizes that, no matter what, she should not use her power. He advises her to find a place to sit outside and wait for him to get out. He insists that she must find a safe place to stay. A character peers from above, providing a warning that he or she might be seen by others. He mentions to Kamiel that the guy also fell inside. A character with blonde hair asks another character, who covers one eye, about a strange guy who just came by, emphasizing that they should have seen him. He points out that there's nothing there. In response, she accuses him of doing it on purpose. He puts a hand on his forehead, looking surprised. He exclaims, questioning how something could be. The character expresses that their competition isn't over yet. He speaks confidently, saying, "Then, whoever finds and finishes the one who caused this, he or she will be the winner." He accuses the other person of losing self-control, expressing frustration. The woman playfully advises the man, referred to as president, not to be so serious. She engages with him in a light-hearted manner. He looks at her with intense emotion, telling her to get out of someone's body immediately. She mentions the president, teasingly saying he couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Ren Shi is being accused of doing something intentionally. Someone exclaims, "You did that on purpose." He says, "I just saved your life." The character expresses frustration, shouting that they already knew. They question another person about their persistence. He accuses the other person of being a lackey of a witch. He questions the other person, pointing out that he is also someone who persistently bothers others. He asks, "Then, did you know, what is she bearing on her own?" indicating a concern for what she is experiencing independently. He states that a person like him being by her side will only make everything worse. There are frames falling around him. Yuan has consistently faced curses from the gods. It is stated that humans greedily enjoy the protection of Yuan, finding this absurd. The characters express that they are hunted because others are afraid of them. She wonders why he always appears in front of her when she is finally able to forget everything and live a carefree life. He exclaims, "In front of her." Meanwhile, she states, "The connection between both of you will only..." He is concerned about her safety, noting that she is moving towards a critical point more quickly. He warns that it is similar to what occurred previously. A mysterious figure stands under a glowing orb. The figure proclaims that your existence is accelerating, implying a significant change or transition is occurring. He reads the title, The Curse of the Gods, with a look of surprise on his face. He asked if the other person would still not leave her, even under these circumstances. He questions the other person, accusing them of trying to make him believe their words and calling them a fraudster. The other person responds seriously, assuring him that they wouldn't joke about matters concerning Nyx. He believes her side is far too dangerous and grips a dagger tightly, ready for action. He is the one who makes a contract with me. He bravely sacrifices himself while fighting the virtual spirit to protect the girl. The words express a farewell, urging those in a school to mourn for a person who has passed away. He considers the fact that no one would know if he killed the other person right there. He expresses frustration, stating that a troublesome guy like him should not even exist in this world. He accuses the character of being troublesome and declares that someone like him shouldn't exist in the world. He asks if she wants to kill him. He suggests taking this as a sacrifice for Nyx. He expresses the consequences of falling in love with her. He mentions that it is for Nyx. He asks if they know what she really wants. Yuan is reminded that they were born to protect humans and are not permitted to possess a certain object. There is a questioning about why someone was allowed to remember something again. The character with wings says, "Ha! That's because..." They seem to be in a confrontation with another character. The atmosphere suggests a tense interaction. He expresses that if she doesn't remember, she won't know the extent of pain humans have caused them. Nyx is asked about the experiences she went through in her past. She was awoken as the queen. The text explains that she killed her own mother. The character laughs softly and thinks to themselves that those within the range of the field will be affected. He and the other character appear to be in conflict. One of them seems to have angelic features, possibly representing a divine or powerful status. The other stands opposite with a determined expression. Their interactions might have sparked jealousy between them. Initially, he didn't think he could compete in this situation. He and she are engaged in a confrontation. He, with large white wings, seems to be using his abilities to gain an advantage. She appears to be grappling with him, possibly attempting to counter his actions. It appears they both harbor deep hatred for each other. Two characters face each other with intense expressions, each holding a blade. There is a palpable tension between them. One says, "Great, I don't even need," indicating a sense of confidence or determination. She expresses her frustration, noting that they are very slow. She questions why they can't defeat such a low-level thing. She sits against a fence, addressing someone or something unseen. She warns, "Hey, little thing, if you still don't let them out." He turns aggressively, his expression intense. A commanding declaration emerges from him. "Now!" He accuses two others, calling them despicable. The dignified fraudster of Yuan shows concern about human safety. Surprisingly, he emphasized the importance of teamwork to their little virtual spirit, reminding them not to underestimate their years of collaboration. When they realized that attacking would harm student Yen, they had already decided to take action. She is lying on the ground, appearing to be in a vulnerable state. She thinks, besides, if it's despicable. He accuses the other person of using a girl as a shield, calling it despicable. The other person protests, saying they don't want to be like that either. He pleads, "I beg you, let me go." She responds earnestly, I can fulfill your wish." He confidently claims that he can transform her into a human. He states emphatically that there would no longer be such a thing as a curse. He angrily tells the other person to be quiet, commanding, "Shut up! Yuan has been dealing with a curse for hundreds of years." Despite this, there is a suggestion that even a trash virtual spirit might manage to do something significant. He confidently states, "I'll solve our problems," showing determination. He questions the purpose behind the suffering endured by his ancestors, family, and Nyx over the years. He asks if he is considered an idiot, expressing his frustration and disbelief. It seems like he is seeking confirmation or questioning someone's opinion of him. He stands surrounded by ominous red symbols, exuding a sense of power and mystery. Shadows twist around him, highlighting a determined and intense gaze. He asks them what they have been doing for so long and comments that they're slow. He mentions that he has waited for a very long time. A male character with a perplexed expression addresses Nyx, asking why she is there, displaying surprise at her presence. She suggests they should leave immediately because the place is collapsing. A character mentions that student Yen will be fine, as her body was just used. He apologizes to student Yen for involving them in the situation. He accused the other person, saying they were trying to kill him just now. A character questions, "What if it is?" Another responds, asserting they have already shared what is necessary, and advises the first character to figure it out on their own. Ren Shi is mentioned in a dialogue. He is walking alongside another person who carries a girl on his back. He claims he won't hesitate to sacrifice 2 lives for Nyx. However, experiencing another goodbye is currently too painful for her. A character is surprised and asks what happened. Nearby, another character questions why everyone is lying on the ground. He questions, Sports festival? Isn't it tomorrow? She observes the world around her, noting how people have their emotions and desires clearly displayed on their faces. As Yen Shuji awakens, a voice addresses him, acknowledging that he is now conscious. She appeared surprised and flustered, exclaiming, PPPPPPP President. A person confronts another individual, expressing that if they were to be killed, Nyx might suffer even more. The individual is warned to pray that she will forget them. She reflects on the situation, noting it's a big harvest. She proudly announces that she caught a really big fish. A contract is made with a witch. She is surprised and speaks to him, saying that he is the fraudster their boss is looking for. He is sleeping again. An unknown character expresses frustration, saying all he ever does is sleep and questions if he knows his duty. The character pinches his cheek, making him exclaim in pain. He instructs to remake the medicine he just prepared. Several test tubes and 2 flasks are on the table. He questions his father about always locking himself in the house to research strange things. His father, sitting nearby with a cup of coffee and some papers, asks what he is mumbling about. The character asks their father, who is the guardian of the queen descendant, why he hides in the house every day. They question if making medicine is more important than protecting the queen and mention that their people have a certain way of calling them. Kamael is being advised by a taller figure who places a hand on his head and tells him that he must bear something in mind. The character reflects on their family's duty to protect something valuable from one generation to the next. They are responsible for safeguarding the memories of the queen itself. He is uncertain about the amount he's collected and wonders if he could use it immediately. There are open books and lab equipment in front of him. She looks out the window at the night sky, contemplating. She hopes that her father's lifelong research will prove to be truly useful. Hu Tao is looking annoyed as she comments about someone leaving early in the morning and not returning yet. Young Miss Nyx quietly moves through a room. 2 maids notice her presence and look surprised, acknowledging her by name. A person is looking for Miss Nyx, asking where she is. Another person mentions that the young master instructed them to ensure she has her meal on time. They are also urged to come out. She finds the situation annoying. The people at the Earl's court constantly stare at her like she is a prisoner when Kamael is not present. She wonders why there is a door locked with magic while reaching out to open it. Kamiao is in her study room and notices a sweet scent. She wonders if it is the scent of sweets. The woman observes various sweets displayed on trays, one of which is shaped like a heart. She thinks to herself that a man had hidden a particularly attractive sweet behind her. She noticed the blinking red light. It seemed to be calling to her, drawing her attention irresistibly. He feels very uncomfortable and senses a familiar and hateful feeling rushing towards his head. Young Miss Nyx feels a painful sensation in her chest. 2 maids are present and one of them inquires, "Young Miss Nyx, where are you?" He felt a sense of confusion and wondered what had just happened. A character with red eyes exclaims in frustration, What is wrong with this?" They continue to question, "Why did I become so small?" expressing confusion and surprise about their reduced size. A maid knocks on the door, addressing young Miss Nyx, asking if she is in the room. She appears distressed and is holding a piece of cloth tightly. She exclaims, "What should I do? What should I do?" She can't let them find her like this. She looks left and right cautiously. In the image, a person sits by a large window contemplating. Another individual reflects on conversation, noting that after what Kamael said last time, there are too many questions in their mind. He thinks to himself that he needs to ask him clearly. He holds a box and thinks to himself, expressing uncertainty about seeing Nyx. However, he decides not to see her for the time being but still brings her some cake. Suddenly, he hears a loud wah. He apologizes, saying he's sorry for hitting her. A man notices a child and expresses concern about the child's actions, saying it's too dangerous for the child to jump down like that. He questions the child, asking if they are all right or hurt. She hears someone call out to him. The voice belongs to Nixie, who exclaims excitedly that it's her. He looks surprised and asks her, "How did you become like this?" She responds, "I don't know either." A man standing near a building remarks how he thought he heard the sound of young Miss Nyx just a moment ago. A person urgently requests not to be found. Nyx reaches out to Shi, exclaiming urgently, Shi, it's me, Nyx." He holds her close, saying, "Don't let them find me." She appears to seek comfort and protection in his embrace. He is aware that Kamiao is not at home today and expresses concern about being seen in his current state. Two maids are talking near a window. One of them suggests, "Let's go down and take a look." The second maid responds with urgency, saying, "Quick!" Below them, a figure notes the presence of servants from the Earl's court. He questions why Nyx suddenly changed and wonders if it's part of Kamael's plan. He reflects that if everything said is true, he needs to determine his next actions. He holds Shi close, and Shi clutches his jacket. He urgently expresses a desire to be taken away from the place. He couldn't refuse her request. He tells her he will bring her back to his house first. She insists he put her down, saying she can walk by herself. He urges her not to move, warning that she will fall down. A character is asking for more time before being certain of the truth. Two maids express concern over a situation. One of them acknowledges the seriousness by saying, "This is bad." The other emphasizes urgency by stating, "We need to quickly inform young master." She feels that what she experiences this time is a little different from before. His mind is scattered. He questions Nyx, exclaiming, "Whoa, what are you doing, Nyx?" He finds himself surprised as papers fly around him. A girl is on the ground, seemingly having fallen. She exclaims, "Now you have seen my looks when I was a child." She exclaims, "But I never saw yours before," showing surprise or perhaps frustration. She thinks to herself, "So that's how it is. I thought something's wrong." A woman, feeling a bit embarrassed, mentions that she is still shy about having her photos seen, even though it has happened before. Another character notes the abundance of photos. A young child lies in a crib, surrounded by decorations. A speech bubble comments that he was so young in the photo and calls him cute. He points at a photo, exclaiming, "Ah, this one." She asks if the people in the photo are his parents, adding that he looks just like his dad. He looks at a book with pictures inside. One picture seems to catch his attention. She notices and comments, "I'm in there too?" He says that the item is a concretized magic image given to his mother. He expresses frustration, questioning why nobody can look after Nyx or even play with her. He accuses someone of allowing her to find his study room. The two maids apologize to the young master, expressing their regret. He stands facing them, and they appear nervous. A loud noise follows. He is shocked, exclaiming, "Damn it!" His concern grows as he realizes the seriousness of the situation, noting that she actually ate that thing. He is worried and urgently states that if he doesn't find her quickly, Nyx will be in danger. He sits and observes her quietly as she reads. He ponders to himself, questioning if he should really stay away from her from now on. He warns that the connection between both of them will only put her in danger, causing her to reach the critical point faster. The character stands before a large, ominous background, expressing frustration about a previous event, exclaiming, "Just like what happened before." He is told that his existence is accelerating the curse of the gods. He thinks that if what Camael said is true, then it's better for him as a human to stay away from her. He reflects that she will never remember him again. Just like that. She confirms that the residue magic on top is indeed hers. She experiences pain in her chest as she looks at the photos on the table, stimulating her mind. The blurry images in her consciousness start to become clearer. Renshi wonders how the current version of me is truly the real me. She held an object tightly against her chest, and there was a sense of urgency in her grip. A thumping sound seemed significant, accompanied by rising emotions. She experiences a strong heartbeat, accompanied by a thump. Her heart thumps loudly as she reflects on her memories. Shao Shi? He is curious about this form of address. Two characters appear. A male character says, "No matter how you become, how much memories you've lost." He expresses that she will always be herself in his eyes. He is instructed to abide by the connective, which contract. He tells her that even if her body remains like this forever, he will still serve her. He and she are committing to stay together until death separates them. He acknowledges that the other person has behaved quite well during this time. She clutches a cloth close to her chest. The words he just said accompany the tearing pain all over her body, roaring beside her ear. Shao Shi returned. He or she expresses a warm greeting, saying, "Welcome back." Her body is beginning to change. Camael is questioned about the legitimacy of the current situation, asking if it is truly part of his plan. Renshi is unaware of the danger threatening Nix's life, causing frustration because all the plans are now disrupted. He realizes the situation is dire, understanding that the entire area is at risk of being destroyed. He expresses concern, asking how she could be fine in her current state. She insists that she is fine. She insists on knowing what happened, demanding answers. He responds, revealing that it's Kamiao's suite. She is concerned because a guy did something dangerous behind her back. He noted that there was a large amount of energy in the suite. She reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "What?" He confidently states that Camael created something capable of recovering memories. He reflects on the situation, noting that since the other person didn't remove it, it indicates something significant. He realizes that it has a huge side effect. A statue stands in a room. A person remarks that they didn't expect the power of the queen to awaken in the child's body. The child's core has broken into pieces, making the situation worse. It has come to a critical point, leaving no room for alternative actions. He leans against the wall, deep in thought, with his hands clasped together as if in prayer. He seems determined, expressing confidence in the outcome of a situation by mentally betting on his luck. Despite his outward calm, there's an underlying tension in his demeanor. He states that the medicine can awaken memories that are lost and inject them into the core. He also mentions that it comes with a high risk. If it can't succeed in repairing the core at the same time, then Nix will die. He wonders why God descends such a cruel curse upon his own. He looks concerned and asks, "Have you found Nix?" He exclaims in frustration about the medicines, questioning what they are and insisting that they must not harm her. He questions Camael with surprise and demands to be brought to her. He is determined to reach a destination quickly. He expresses relief and realization by saying, "I finally understand." He or she acknowledges not fully understanding the pain the other person has endured. He instructed him to be a good boy and stay there, advising him not to go elsewhere. He holds a staff adorned with symbols and appears determined. Another person, in the background, exclaims, "You can't do this," while surrounded by red energy. He yells out in frustration, exclaiming, "Why don't?" His expression is intense and full of emotion. He questions why she's never told him anything, emphasizing that she knows the person is his friend. She responds by asking, "Friend?" He tells Camael not to be so naive. He approaches an illuminated doorway, wearing a flowing outfit with red accents. A voice reflects on the importance of the queen's memories, emphasizing their significance to their kind. This importance is mentioned to have been so since she was born. She was awakened as the queen and destined to be revered by humans as a combat machine by the gods. He insists she'll remain so until her demise. She declares all of it to be God's will. He expresses a wish that she didn't have to remember. He is holding her gently. He hopes she won't have to bear all the pain and just wants her to live a carefree life. He won't refuse if Camael wants to take her to a place without humans, including himself. She suddenly remembers everything. He wishes she didn't have to use such a cruel way to return his feelings. He recalls when she was covered in wounds. He recalls the moment when he found the sweet taste on her lips. He remembers when his curse mark goes wild. He recalls their first dance together at the ball. She wears a red dress, and they share a memorable moment. She reminds him of when they made a contract. She gently holds his face, emphasizing the connection between them. He recalls feeding the black cat. He recalls the first time he met her. He recalls everything that happened between them. He asks, "Why do you apologize?" She reflects on how he completes her and recalls the time before they met. He recalls a moment from the past with intensity, questioning what transpired during that time. She gently reassures him, saying it's all right and not to cry. She promises to go find their mom. A young blonde-haired boy pleads with Nix-Nay-San, asking her not to leave him alone. He appears distressed, raising his fists and shouting. She reassures him, saying she will return quickly because her mom must be waiting for her. In Little Theater, the events take place a few days before Halloween, with a note stating it's not related. She is upset about experiencing menorrhagia again and mentions that it stained her skirt, which she finds very annoying. He is present in the background. He notices something and looks surprised. She feels embarrassed and thinks to herself, why did he see it? And so awkward. He says he will leave it to her and then turns away. Safi holds a box filled with items. She addresses Blood Rabbit, saying someone requested her assistance for him. She uses her unique magic weapon, Pengpenjian, to enhance her blood-sucking ability to 130%. She advises that the other person can move recklessly even during their special period. He reminds her to use him when there's a large amount. She asks if he likes her present. The woman expresses her affection by saying she likes it very much and mentions that she has a present for the man. They share a kiss. A person recognizes Nix and exclaims, informing her that she is the lead singer from a band. He asked the person to please move out of the way. He and she are walking together on a path lined with autumn trees. The male character exclaims with surprise, recognizing someone named Rinshi. Two people walk together under umbrellas. One of them expresses surprise, exclaiming that they are really together. He expresses regret, exclaiming that he lost his love. He and she stand in front of a house in the rain. He asks if it's her house. She replies that her house is nearer and suggests taking shelter from the rain there first. He tells her that he will send her back after the rain has stopped. She appears to be surprised or caught off guard by his statement. She observes that the rain is going to last for quite some time. The girl tells the boy, "Shouldn't you care about me? My body's so wet. What should I do?" He expressed that he would be in her care today. He stands at the door while she steps inside. He asks, "Where's the bathroom?" He places a hand on his forehead and gestures forward, stating, "Over there." He hears a request for a towel and a pair of clothes to change into. He mentions that he only has one towel. She responds, saying that it's okay and she doesn't mind. The woman ponders, remarking that all the items are for one person, whom she refers to as a good boy. He offers a cup of ginger tea to her, suggesting she drink it while it's hot to ward off the cold. He acknowledges that her gesture was quite thoughtful. She points towards the mug as he holds it. She exclaims, urging not to look. She is concerned because she hasn't finished writing the song and insists it can't be seen yet. He asks her, "Is it a love song for someone?" He tells her, "Then you've to play it to me tonight." He refers to her as Big Sister. He reflects on knowing Camael since they were children. The boy enthusiastically calls out for his big sister, Nix. He's introduced as his childhood friend. It is mentioned that he doesn't have a mother and his father is a well-known pretender in the Yuan race. He is deeply devoted to his research, to the point where he doesn't have time to take care of himself. The character reflects on happy days spent with their mother, treating another person like a little brother within their family. He and she are standing behind a table with apples. A significant event begins when two figures approach someone wearing a red outfit. Her mother disappeared. Two characters are standing together. One of them states that the war started. The first to be destroyed is Yuan's village. He expressed confusion about why humans are attacking them. She said they have no choice but to escape. A female character quickly says they need to hide first. She then asks someone nearby if their mother will come and save them, expressing concern for safety and reassurance. A child is anxiously wondering where their mother has gone, questioning if she abandoned them. Another child reassures, insisting their mother would be waiting for them too. A person stands quietly in the shadows among the trees, surveying the area ahead. Below, there is a mention of human city. He calls out for his mom and says, "Mommy," with a sense of urgency or longing. On that day, they were followed by the collapsing amusement park. He was shocked by the sight of the chaotic and unsettling scene in front of him, featuring tangled wires and a glaring red eye amidst the darkness. A huge monster looms over the city, shrouded in mystery. The character refers to his mother. She feels a strong intent to kill emanating from her heart. On that day, she became the queen. She avoids discussing her past. A character reflects that the curse of the gods is also real. He feels a sharp pain and expresses how much it hurts. He senses that his memories filled up instantly and then were taken away again. A character with dark hair looks up in surprise as a white bird with an owl-like appearance flies nearby. They seem startled by the sudden presence of the bird. He acknowledges to another person that they both made a serious mistake. Nix accidentally consumed a memory pill that is still under experimentation. A person informs someone else that Nix's intake is accelerating the flow of her memories. He is concerned that if they don't obtain the moonstone on time, she might die. The character with light hair agrees that only a moonstone can repair a broken core. The character with dark hair acknowledges this, understanding that despite knowing about it, they still haven't recovered Nix's memories. He explains that the source of moonstone is extremely dangerous. A character stands, likely discussing a location. They mention that the place has a high probability of causing death, whether for humans or Yuyans. He declares that he will bring something. A character wonders aloud, asking how many years it has been since another person arrived there. Kamael had mentioned that they would pursue the intruder. In the Moon Realm, he searches for his father, finding a way to preserve the memories. He and she discuss a device designed to collect memories from the bloodstream. It is considered a last resort because it can backfire and damage the brain's core memories. They stated that there is no choice now and insisted that they must bring it out. He cannot accompany them. He must remain with Nix to slow her down. He says he can only assist in opening the portal to that side. He asks if she is really willing to take the risk to save her. He or she asks if there is anything else that needs to be said. They are on the side ready to save her. Nix is assured that he will definitely come back. He needs to hurry because Nix can't wait much longer. Before the new world of virtual space reached, he questions if it's a virtual spirit and concludes that it doesn't seem like it. Someone asks if something happened to the lights, expressing concern. He asks if the person who let them in mentioned this. He states that the item is not a complete moonstone and it isn't even a semi-finished product. He believes that as long as there's a chance, he must pursue it. The character expresses amazement, noting that a human is actually willing to come to a certain place for the first time. He feels touched for the sake of a Yuan, expressing his emotions openly. He grips an object firmly. Meanwhile, a voice in the background utters, "Nice." He thinks it would have been too boring if it was a normal human. The character addresses the contractor, expressing that their confidence is notable. They referred to something as a troublesome thing. He commanded others to get out of the way. The text says, "You're so tenacious." The character is determined and declares that they must bring it back no matter what. He declares that he is the aggregate of all the void spirits' consciousness in this space. A character expresses, he can summon infinite amounts of virtual spirits. He tells the contractor that they can't defeat him.